Alright. Well, is refusing to work? Work on what? In Banov or like other things? How's your day going? What is today? Tuesday? So I know this is a little bit different than what I usually do, and maybe a little spoilish for, you know, some of the stuff coming with our update. But I feel like, you know, I gotta work on it anyway, so why not just stream it too? And he crashed. I have a feeling that might happen. Trying to use tried adding another building thing in, and I think I need to restart the launcher for it. Okay, let's see if this one works now. Hey, Grizz. How's your work week going? Yeah, I was in here last night. Actually, most of yesterday. A lot of it was like, I'm not used to Dayz Editor. I also realized that was probably really loud. I'm not used to Dayz Editor, really. I'm still very new at it. I'm trying to learn it. So, when I got back from a doctor's visit yesterday afternoon, I think I was in editor until almost like 8 o'clock this morning. Let me see if it doesn't crash now. Will you load? I think it's gonna crash on me again. I was trying to use, there's some different particle effects, and I don't think I think it's conflicting with something else right now. Alright, Daisy, come on. Come on, give me the crash. Thank you. I'll try removing that and see what happens. You know, the question is though, tonight, what town do I work on? I know there's one thing I can do kind of quick. Now, okay, you guys may hate this or you may love it, but there is an idea. I'm going to be removing some of the wells from the map. Hey, well, apparently you were refusing to work, according to Bertha. Because it's one thing I've noticed, like when you play some of the modded maps, when you play, then you go back to like Chinars, almost every town you go into, there's a well. Now, I don't plan on touching like the coastal wells because, you know, I want to get people off the coast. So, you know, your coastal run shouldn't, you know, maybe there's an idea that I want to play with is that's not your, like, you know, the hardest part of the game. So it's like, okay, I defeated the coast. The coast was hard to get off of, but I got off of it. And now I can kind of snowball from here, and I'm fine. Which is kind of how, you know, Chernarus runs. You know, in most, even like hardcore servers, the hardcore part, at least the hardcore survival part, is just the initial freshy part. But shouldn't it be harder off the coast? Like, that's when, like, it really, you know, like the real challenge begins. Well, the editor's gonna crash on me again. Editor's not playing nice with me right now tonight. Let me try doing another quick fix on that. Like, I've been reading everything that everybody's been putting into the wipe discussion. You know, I've been reading it. There's been a couple things that are definitely like kind of way out there that would work on a like traditional roleplay server. One where, you know, you have like initiation rules, you know, and like that kind of thing, but like that's not the Project Omega style. You know, we have the you know, that threat of that death can come whenever. Also, I think Daisy is still, the editor's still gonna crash on me here. You're probably gonna curse me out loud. Well, it also gives more of a use for, you know, you're definitely gonna want to have, you know, chlorine tabs. You're going to want to know where water sources are. Like, you'll still find them out, you know, some towns out there will still have them. But there's like, you know, there's some towns, even like, let's take like Novo, for instance. You have a well over on the northern side. You also have a well on the western side of Novo. And then you leave Novo, you make a trek down to, you know, you know, either Banaynay, I'm blanking on the name of this one. Svarograd. I think Zamap has his name different. It's just messed with me. So you go from Nova, which has 2, Svarograd, Banaynay, each has a well. And now on the entire way from Novo, I think there's, you know, a couple little places you might be able to hit. Leaving Novo, there's water the entire way down that path. How often do people stop to get water from any of that area? Because you don't even think about it. You're just going to go to the next town, hit up that next well. Hey, we actually loaded. And like you can find this in a lot of different you know, towns too. You know, run from this town to the next one, get water. Run this town to the next one, get water. And with the new update coming, I think we are going to go with the idea that the server is going to start like the because right now like the server has a persistent time and date, which kind of helps, you know, with when it gets dark out, when the sun comes up. How I can not really temperature wise because we control that. Like we can give control either a minimum and maximum range. So like temperature doesn't really matter for that part. But what we're gonna, my idea and what I think we're gonna start doing is that the day the server comes back up, because you know it could take a good portion of the day before, you know, on the 18th. But we're gonna go into the, I don't know if it's called like dynamic time for it, but we're gonna move from a static date. And then it's going to start going from October 18th. And then each month, the temperature is going to have a different range. So by the time, you know, December, January roll around, it's going to be cold. Like, you know, you're going to be dealing with the winter temperatures. And then it's going to start to slowly heat back up again. So when you get to the June, July, August range, you know, you're not going to want to be cooking on the open by a campfire because it'll cook you alive. You know, and it's kind of a pseudo season kind of thing, you know. Because there's not really there's not like a ton of like visual stuff you can do to like really have the like seasonal change. Hey Snap, how's your week going? But at least this way, you know, we can kind of give that feeling that, you know, like, the season is kind of changing over time. So you're, you know, October to probably, or at least the next couple of months, it's going to be kind of, you know, it's going to go from chilly, it's going to get cold, it's going to get freezing. And you're going to want to, like, your PID might change out. You're going to have to change your PID a little bit. You know, instead of running around in just, you know, the long sleeve shirt or a t-shirt, you're going to start wanting to throw on, you know, maybe some like the Millie jackets or the puffy, you know, the puffer jackets. I might end up making hoodies a little bit warmer And now mod wise, I'll probably end up developing a fall, winter, spring, summer insulation values. So at least that there is some PID that you can kind of use, because like when it gets like, it's like a lot of us wear hoodies in the winter and we're pretty warm with it. But in DayZ, like in the wintertime, like you can't wear a hoodie because you'd be freezing. But then, you know, come the warmer month, you may not be rocking that hoodie because it's going to be a little too warm. All right. So now the question is, where to work today? There was one thing I wanted to check out. Is it Ivy? Here it is. This is what I was looking for the other night. Ivy. Okay, so let's go. You know what? How about we mess around with Solano today? I think Solano's a good fit. Let's see if I can get this windowed. It wasn't working windowed yesterday. I don't know why Dayz gets like picky about that. Let's see, are you stuttery? You are not stuttery tonight. Nice. File, save as. Also, you might see a lot of different names in here. I have been checking out like different community builds, seeing whatever, you know, other people have like built up. All right, it's not be below ground. Boop. Okay, biggest change. I know we've had some people who really like Zeleno. Zeleno is losing their well. Because, you know, for the most part, you have an entire city. You have a whole military area. You do have, you know, there are water sources around here. You can come down here, you know, fish. Fill up, you know, your canteen, jerry can. But you cannot do it from the comfort of your own city. You have to go out a little bit. And then I think somebody might have to remind me. I don't think you can fish in these anymore. Because I know at one point, and this was kind of a funny thing, at least back on Doug, when the 506 were down here, just the way DayZ works is that you could like, I don't think it was this building. It might have been, was another one down here? Or maybe it was that building. But DayZ had it so like you could be chilling up in this room right here and fish. So like you would, there was like not as much risk. So you could just kind of sit there all day, just kind of relax and fish. But I don't believe you can actually fish anymore there. I gotta find that when I pick it up. Let's see, give me a good hook. And a rod? Fishing rod. You weren't even using the well in Novo? You were using a pond near the warehouse, was that? In chlorine tabs? Put these together real quick. Now, yeah, see, I don't... Yeah, you can't fish these anymore. Okay, so let's get this day. Delete all those. And you're not letting me to my inventory. Oh, you're punching weird too. And we have the summer tuners loaded as well, so I can see like what's already been done through that mod, so I don't end up like doubling up on things. What do we have here? These houses look like. Broken down churches. See, isn't there a there's a church here. You are 2 pieces. All right. Make sure I didn't, that's not super far back. No. I think today is going to be a bit of a Novo. I don't know if I really want to, I can delete that tree. You're gonna keep poking at Janaya? South of Novo. I'm gonna pretend that I know exactly where you're talking about. Not that one. That one's not. There we go. You would love to know how to use the usable trees. Yeah, that's gonna be something I gotta look into. Oh, you know what? Can I line that up? Put my dex coordinate. Bring it down a little bit. Make sure you can actually get in there. see, that can probably come up a hair. Just so it lines up. And then that's pretty lined up. So what we want to go? Nope, not zoomy. No zoomies. Like right there. Now, one thing I didn't really get to mess with, what were the cracks in the road? I think I have a brush for that. So up here is the different brushes, like I have road damage, dead trees, sunflowers. All the fake trees that don't actually work. And then I think I have like this one set up for like that. Turn that radius down a little. Now I will say, like, I may have gone a little overboard when down in like a Turno with the cracks, and I'll actually have to see, because, you know, server performance wise, you know, trying to load in all these different, you know, changes. Because these are technically, you know, these are, you know, an item you are placing down. So we'll just do a couple of them in some different areas. I really want to play with the ivy stuff tonight, though. I also need to, at some point, I was going to be before the server go live and everything like that. I need to drive over these spots to make sure that, you know, they're actually down far enough in the ground and they're not something you're going to like run into. But that is the brushes. Like, I even have one for, you know, dead trees. Again, you can't get bark off of the trees. There's one thing like with Editor. All of the bushes and the trees in Editor are fakes. So if you add them in with Editor, like, you can't get bark from them. You can't chop them down. And then my understanding is you have to go, I think, into the one of the Daisy tools, terrain editors, if you wanted to do like tree mapping. And I have never played with that, so Okay, so apparently that's not even a really good density for that. So what else do we have here? Broken down houses. I believe it's the terrain editor, yeah. Though I'm not going like, I don't want to go like super crazy with trees because that also may have an impact on server performance. Is it terrain editor and bulldozer? You gotta do both? Which, by the way, Bertha, I kind of had an idea. You kind of wanted to take like a map and kind of use it, right? You can kind of do that, at least with the Chinar's map. Like, say you wanted to make a sprawling, like a big sprawling city. You could take, say, Zeleno. And you can delete everything here. You're left with like where the, buildings were. Like a empty plot. And then get a building mod if you want to and just build a wall around it. And you could build out like a giant area and then just have to set the like spawn points for people to where you want them to spawn in. The roads are part of the terrain. You can do roads in editor. I have heard that sometimes though, like I know Bro did some, but sometimes like they like when we were in Banov, but they can be kind of like picky about when they actually want to show up when you do them with editor. That's actually a good road for maybe a broken down house. Question is, what house do we want to use? This would be a very Novo house. Where's the front door on this house? Was this the front door? Or is that the front door? That's a room. That's a hallway, so I'm gonna guess that would be your front door. How do you sync them? You gotta do like the advanced editor part. So you can either double click on that or click on it, Control T. And then you can use the scroll wheel to change all that. And then like if you hold shift and scroll wheel, it's very, very precise. Or control, scroll wheel, big changes. Alt, scroll wheel. So it really depends on how, like, you know, finicky you want to get with it. And I don't really mind if grass kind of sticks through, because these are, you know, these are broken down places. And see, also, kind of like if you're doing anything, even like art people probably know this the best. Like if you're used to using like Photoshop, Clip Studio, save often, save twice, and if you're not sure, shave a third. You know, just save a third time. Okay, what do we have for, what do the ivies look like? It's like a corner piece. We gotta zoom in here. We got. Alright, here's actually a question I want to know. Is it a solid object? It's not. I love it. That's all I need to know. Also, make sure over here that, like, you know, the thing you're working on is the only thing that's selected. Which vine was that? I have no idea. I'm kind of... Ivy. Just search for ivy. I'm sure you can also put in just PLNT for plant. Though you might... I don't know what else you get for... That's an M. Nay, that's an M. Yeah, so you'll get like bushes like this too. And grass. Because these are all, you know, plants. But you're fake. You're fake, you're fake, you're fake. You do nothing. You're fake and you have no use. Get out of here. What is that? That's a little one. Burns. Grass. Listen, like grass really builds up too. When you start throwing that around areas like that, your file size like just shoots up. Okay, so some of those can be used. Because, you know, you're not, they don't have like a use, you don't have, you know, sticks from them or logs. But yeah, the plant tag definitely covers a lot. Like, these would be fun to use. I'd love to place these in here. Like these kind of things. But they don't work for Dayz Editor. Okay, now I lost Ivy. Where are you? Dry Ivy. That's kind of cool. So I'm kind of looking for one that's I have to use two. Actually, I might get that one to work. No, put you back to 0. I'm looking for the Z. And then move that up a little bit. Now I would love to like be able to grab this and manipulate it like that, but it doesn't really play nice. Nope. And it gets all like kind of funky on you. And you can hold Alt and then a WASD to also move like a lot slower. Then Roof Ivy. Poison Ivy. Oh, it's like a whole wall of it. You just slap that on somewhere. It's a little wide. I bring you down. Oh, you know, you kind of end up losing the actual vine part. Roof Ivy. Just a hair. Nope. Somebody's zooming on me now. Alright. How do you look there? Still gonna attach the door. I like it. It works. When I said I was getting my server ready for the update, it's a, I guess the best way of actually putting it, it's a PvP RP. It's organic RP though, so, you know, true to the Daisy style, you can get shot. Had time for you? Oh, that's right. I will wait until the ad timer ticks down. Okay, where's my trees? Where's my dead trees? I know you're around here somewhere. So you know what? I just need the names of them. What do you call? We are naming you. Apparently just naked. Naked. Up there's the name I actually want. Actually, but these ones might actually work. Naked. Sorry, I'll answer that question in 2 shakes here. Now that I found the item that I wanted. So it's basically, it's a PvP RP server. It's organic RP. There's not traditional RP rules in place. So I get to use fake tree. I'm putting in dead trees though. I'm putting in these guys, you know, they're dead. They're dead, you know. So yeah, that's the idea. You know, it's completely, you know, it leads into organic. There is the one kind of like niche thing though about our server. We do not allow outside comms. So everything has to be done in game. Now you can let your buddy know, you know, in Discord real quick, you know, message, hey, I'm jumping online. I'll be on, you know, catch me on the radio station, you know, 1025. As soon as I get in. They're dead as you are inside. Morning, Marbles. Yeah, there's also, you know, there's no NPC traders. If you're going to trade for somebody with somebody, you know, it's either going to be face to face or radio or dead drops. I would say to try to value your life, but at the same time, it is completely up to you. We do have a different kind of setup of our radios. We have 3 different radios. At least they're named differently. And basically, there's a civilian radio that pretty much works all over the entire map. You can talk to anybody on the radio, and the battery lasts a long time. You then have a police radio, which is it's more like to the vanilla radios, so they only go to like 8 kilometers. And then there's a military radio that has a talk distance of 1 kilometer. So now the thing though is that like these other 2 radio, like the police radio and the the military radio, well, they can hear the other radios that are in distance. They can't speak to them, but they can hear you. But say you're in a group and you're all running milli radios, and you know they all have a talk distance of they have a 1 kilometer bubble. So, and you're all on 102.5, but then somebody is on a civilian radio also on 102.5, and they're having a full-on conversation with somebody. And you and your buddies are just having a chit chat, on your milli radios. Well, that civilian radio can't hear you, but you're being listened to. It's like those guys, they're out there, and then you can kind of, you can use them to pinpoint. Because if you're on a milli radio and you're telling your buddy like, hey, I'm going down the street, and somebody goes, what street? You now know somebody is in your 1 kilometer bubble. They do have pros and cons. Like the milli radios, the batteries don't last as long. You will chew through batteries in them. Civilian radios kind of just last forever. Like everybody can agree to that one. They also they get heavier, so like your military radios is definitely heavier than your civilian. And like they do have their own bugs just because of the way Dayz handles their lovely radio system. So sometimes you might end up getting your own echo voice. So, but a quick relog gets rid of the echo. I think some people have said that like sometimes the radios can stay on. So it's not always a bad idea to like just rip out the battery real quick and put it back in. Oh, shoot, did I just delete something? That's not the item that I wanted to copy, but thank you, Dayz. Nope. Also not the. Now you copy that one. No, why are you copying a building? Stop it. There we go. I just wanted to sink them into the ground a little bit. And a lot of people rock the Civi radios a lot. A couple of us also tend to just leave our radios on at all times, no matter the conversation. Which has definitely happened a few times. trees. Back to my ivy. I could do that, yeah. Nope. Nope. You? This is what I have marbles for. Hey, Brownie. I was like, wait, I see Wool saying hi to Brownie. I'm like, did I miss Brownie? Also, now that Marbles is here, I replaced the church down in Zeleno, because I'm currently working on Zeleno. I know there was quite a bit of lore, especially from our Doug days, like with the Zeleno church. So they actually have a broken down one, and I replaced like the nice looking one with a broken down church. Like I'm really trying to like age up the place. Patty's church, yeah. Can you imagine if Patty showed up? Oh shoot. Was there a building here? Did the building get deleted? I think a building got deleted. I misclicked. Where? I did. Patty Daddy Pyramid? Oh. Shoot. You are house 2W 03. I think if I click off of that, I'm gonna lose that house. Yeah. You know what? I feel like let's throw a brown one in here. You can really mess with people. So give me that deletion. Also, since a couple of you guys are now in here as well, I'm gonna not in the starter zones, like the T1, like that whole tier 1 coastal area, but once you leave tier 1, I am gonna make wells a little bit more rare and not in every single town. Now Brownie might hate this, because you were in Zeleno and your well got axed. It was the first one to go. So Zeleno will have to, find a new water source, which, I mean, you guys have a pond right there. Some places like up in Novo. Novo has 2. So Novo is going to be losing at least one of its wells. Meta. It's kind of meta-ish, but it's also a little bit, fielding the idea out there. Because now part of it too is like, how many people are really going through and using up chlorine tabs all that often? Now, a couple of us who are used to, at least, who are used to like Green Mountain, we always had to go run and get water from other places anyways. Like, we never got water on Green Mountain. We always had to ferry it. And it's not going to be harsh. I'm not like a ton are getting removed. Try to line up with that, the land there. So I know, like, you know, those of us faction-wise in Green Mountain, nothing changes in that idea because we're still going for our water. Like, we're still like always having to hunt for water. Let's destroy Green Mountain. I had a couple ideas for Green Mountain, but none of them are like super drastic. That's setting up too high still. Well, this house doesn't really matter because there's not, you know, there's no basement on these houses. That's too low. You shouldn't be seeing grass there. Which means you need to go like right there. And maybe shimmied. So you're not clipping with the fence. Oh, it's way off. That is way off from what they had. Apparently it was way farther, like, I was like lined up into there. Okay. I think mine saves every like 600 seconds. Actually, you know what? I know I'm going through a whole lot of work with that one, but if I actually just delete those two. Undo. I think I deleted that when I was moving the tree. Should find out if I keep going back far enough here. Dead aliens around? I think we're good. I don't think we need dead aliens. Yeah, so that's the trees getting messed with. That's that getting messed with. Boom. Oh, where did you just grab that from? Controlling and clicking sometimes is a dangerous game. There we go. And that's how we solve a problem. We just undo it. A wall? No, I wasn't gonna put the wall in the road. That was just if you hold control. So if I want the garbage can, or like this, if I want to say this tree right here, or this wall here, control and clicking it copies the piece. But that's not necessarily, you know, what we want. You're gonna burn me to wool? Wait, that's not what I want. IVs. Ooh, hold on. You were like speeding around there. Yes, I did have a wall in the road. I feel like I need to have that come down a little bit more. Like it's a tad too high. I like the better, yeah. Okay, my mouse. You did research for this editor? You kind of have to, a little bit. The top part is like half off that wall. Oh, you started watching videos of people filming cities and towns around Chernobyl. There is a whole cinematic camera thing. I'm not entirely sure how this works necessarily. But apparently you can use this like if you want to do like a flyover from like up here or down like down this road. You can set it up so it'll record going down the road. And instead of I guess somebody doing this. And then just like recording in OBS. Like you could do, like people could just do kind of do this and then, you know, there's my recording. But I haven't had a use for the cinematic camera yet. Doesn't clip inside, does it? No. Clipping into a wall that's invisible, fine. Nobody's ever gonna notice it. But if that clips into like a ceiling or floor, people are gonna notice that. Which map you talking about? No, don't close. We talk about like the way like Deer Isle set up. We talking about that map? Oh, yeah, I see. Yeah, gotta read up a little bit. Oh, you know, I give the map creator for DI like a lot of credit for his style. Because like I know not everybody likes, you know, the map itself for making, you know, some of the having to jump from island to island or certain things like that. But his aesthetic choices work are really nice, and I'm hoping we're gonna see like even that in like Altera when he gets, you know, that done. Because I think was it Westbrook that had like that really rundown, kind of spooky. There was also like, you know, I think one area where you had to like kind of do like a bit of a puzzle to get into where the well was. Which, you know, I thought was really well done. I like the aesthetics that were up in that like the one that you guys kind of had like as like the witchy forest. Oh, there's like a L shape to that one. I didn't realize. Oh no. You know what it is? It's this one. Yeah. Avoid the arrow keys when advanced by it. Yeah, they get a little funky. Especially like when you're trying to like, if you're wanting to get like, you know, precise. And you crashed. Hope you saved. You need a drink for some of this? It's tedious. That's for sure. I want to. A little too high for that. And this thing, like when we when we were running Banov and when Bro had all those edits for us to do that we all had all around. Hey, he's weird. Do that. Hold on, or that's an angle weird. You're on the wrong axis. Aren't you? Yeah. Needs more vines? Everything needs more vines. Alright, come up here so I can work on you. Yeah, that was one got copied weird and it's not. be really buggy. I think one of the bugs I heard about it was that like you would get like the infection would start, but you could actually like get over the infection like right away. Like it would just cure itself if it was too low. But if I was to use that, because you do have to find all of the items to make the cure, I'd probably want it to at least take days to kill you. At least a couple days before, you know, you'd go from like the like 10% infected rate all the way to, you know, you're 100% infected and you're for sure going to die. And it does come with other, you know, I do know people will, this would happen too. You're going to store your gear and you're going to jump from a building, or you're going to F11 yourself, respawn, and then just do your freshie run back up. 100% that would happen. The way the mod works too is that you also, like, when you create the cure from your blood, you also create a virus too that you can use to infect somebody else. So that could be a downside of it. Is that, yeah, you could run around and decide you want to, you know, infect other people. And now they have to go and either get a cure, or maybe you have a cure. People would choose it, yeah. But here's a chance now. This is more of a role play thing. You find somebody, you infect them with a cure, you infect them with a virus, and you tell them, you need to go do this task for me. If you complete the task, come back, and I will give you a cure. Now that's purely leaning into a, like, you know, role-playing side of it, and not just, you know, messing with somebody. You want to poison food with that infection? There was I don't know, there is a mod out there that they even does like it's a sleeping pill. You can force feed it to somebody and it just knocks them out. Like they actually go one con. Make sure that actually lined up. Is that maybe needs to go up? I'm trying to make it, maybe this one needs to go down a little bit. The sleeping pill mod, yeah. I think that's what I'm looking for. I don't know, maybe like, not like that. It literally is a roofie mod, yes. But it's like a vitamin pill bottle, so you gotta go, like, you know, force it in their mouth. I don't remember if you could put it into drinks with that mod. It's been a while since I've actually looked at it. I want a big vine, and he's in right here. You can put it in the water containers. Okay. You're tiny. I need a couple big vines. I might be able to make a couple of these work like together. And I want one that's more of like a, like maybe that one actually. That might work. You know, the y-axis? Yes. Now my arrow keys are a little weird because I spun the axis around. Alright, fix that in a minute. Duplicate that. Move you over and then I'll spin it around a little bit. Now how far are you like away from the building? Not clipping inside. This is why, you know, it can take a very long time to like really do up like a whole map of edits. Because we've been 2 hours on a police station. Okay, some of these are, I think, actually like the fake ones that I want. You know, I don't know if I use these ones. These ones might be the ones with that have parts on them versus just being like. Damage decals only get on the ground, can't advance up. Oh, I don't think I've completely used those at all, very much. Yeah, I wonder if I should put that like on its like side. Too far. Too far. Did Dinobot finally ping Discord? Wow. I told you the bot was being slow today. And then, oh, I see McDougal posted a Zen leftovers. I thought about actually using that a while back. Might be more usable now. Basically, the way it works is as soon as you say you open up a can of like spaghetti, it actually drops like a can of spaghetti, an empty can on the ground, and you set for how long the item stays there. So, you know, if you had a 15-minute timer on the items that are in the mod, and you walk into a town and you see an empty can there, well, you know within 15 minutes, somebody has been in that area and they left litter. And then after the timer finishes, it'll just remove the item from the world. So it's a very neat concept. As long as it doesn't end up adding like, you know, clutter. Okay, hold on. I gotta find out. Can I see which side the gas thing's on? Does this have a gas tank? Like decal? Because if not, if I put this in here, someone's gonna be like, the gas tank's on the wrong side. because I know I would. I would definitely be that person. I'm trying to remember. There are vehicles to avoid. I think it's some of these police ones. Maybe that one. Could actually be all of them. Remember, they caused the fake thing in the map to show up like it's an actual like police spawn. So let's grab some of these. Oh, you know what? Can I don't know if I can actually get these to actually. Can I get you to go down to the ground level without me having to fix each car? Or are you all gonna be like slightly floaty? Bring them all down. This one might need a little extra adjustment because it's gonna fall into the ground more. So I'll bring you up a little bit. And what about you? Slightly floaty. Sink you in. Then I know actually I'm gonna toss this in the does command work? You know, that's another thing too. That website needs updating. That's something I gotta get around to tweaking. Cause I'm pretty sure it still has like Deer Isle on there. You found poop? I believe there is. Yeah, there is poop. The game. So I'm not too surprised. I believe there's also vomit. Or blood vomit was one of them. If Dara was 1/3 the size of it is now, you would develop that over Cherno. There we go. I didn't realize you're actually too far in because I can't see the bus. Oh, you see the ground there. Yeah, you like clipped in. The X, Y. Oh yeah, I mean voting was, I think that was more rhetorical. Like, if it was like this. We have our piles here. Garbage. Just dead. Broken road. Which is that kind of like that, I guess. Debris. Like I feel like that you would sink in. Garbage piles. Leaf pile? I want to guess. Just some dirt. Is there anything out here? No. Good. Let's see what kind of mass graves we got. That one looks a little more fresh. Like grass is supposed to be, yeah. You're not supposed to see the grass. But is that level? I think we actually had There is like a backhoe. I think it was in one of the wrecks. I like it. Probably enough graves for everybody who lived in Solano. That's actually, that might be a good idea for over here. This is the one thing you said that doesn't have. Seems to actually have one. You can manipulate it. Wasn't this like, you were talking about like some of the decal ones you can't, like the XYZ wasn't working? Or was only, like if you want a side of a building? So you know, like if you wanted it to rotate up here. I don't know where it went. It disappeared on me. Custom your service. Can I reset you? No? That's fine. We'll just delete you then. Could have been, yeah. Let's see if that's actually ground level. Okay, so we went 9. that works. What was the decal? If you can remember. Damage small one. I'll look at that in just a second. Wall, C brick. Wall, C, brick. 5. Make sure you're not poking in there. All right. Decals. I mean, there's actually quite a few. No idea what they half these look like because they don't actually show me. Well, that one I know. So decal damage, small one. Decal damage. Damage. Decal. Oh, you're up here. Brick. small. Decal damage small 1. So this one right here, this one doesn't have a from the looks of it, at least it doesn't have a y-axis. I also don't like ground mode on. That's probably messing me up. Yeah, you can kind of like shift it that way. Or at least, you know, I had it for a second there that it like did stand up. But yeah, that one doesn't look like you can really do much with. I think some of those are meant for, let's find it again. Like, you know, on the road damages. Yeah, also if you're gonna be doing, if you're messing with helis, there's a very specific one or two do not use. Other ones you can use, but if you use the other ones, they show up as like the actual like event. Well, this one works. If you wanted to use something like this, this doesn't ever. This has every axis. So you might have to mess with ones to find like one you'd want to use. So I moved it with my mouse now, and now it doesn't want to. It doesn't want to play nice with me. So you might be able to find, you know, a couple of good ones. Concrete panels. Okay, that one's not even just gonna. I'm not even gonna be able to see what it is. Like, there's like these ones, you know, these like the road textures. That I have set up for a paintbrush instead of having to like try doing these manually. especially when you're trying to get like all of them set in a very specific area. And doing the brushes isn't actually terrible. Got different manholes, oil spills. I think these are all oil spills. I didn't actually mean to put you there. Damage. These ones. Oh. Okay, these ones are just, these are numbers. You just gotta actually rotate them until you can see them. Well, you know, I deleted a wall the other day. It was yesterday. And this was inside the wall. I don't know why. It was just this. This was just hovering in the air. But I just deleted a random, like one of these walls. I did. Actually, Spartan, I saw that. And I'm kind of curious about jumping onto it. It looked kind of fun. Or at least the idea of it sounds fun. Because Esseker is definitely not one of those like long-term make your base kind of maps, but for like that kind of thing, it sounds perfect. I saw a link on Twitter for it. Spartan, did you see it on Twitter? If you saw it on Twitter, go ahead and post the Twitter link. PO, could be a PO raid for it, yeah. Go enjoy some spoopiness. Ooh. That's a cool sign. Like it's on, oh, Smoke's playing it? That means that server is probably full. I don't think I've seen some of these pub signs. I hate it when they fix roads with like this with these little asphalt fix. Then it's never good. It never lasts. Though I don't think I've ever seen it patched like that before. No, that just looks like hell. Yeah, I actually wonder. These give me collision. Give me magnitude. Can I spin that axis? Or no. Well, I can. one, this one leans a bit weird because it has these side pieces, and because I'm not a fan of that for that spot. $50 out of 50. Oh, I can imagine. And that's just you're not even seeing the queue, are you? Unless do they have a Discord bot for the queue? Oh, that's a whole, actually, you know what? This could work. The Daisy launcher. If somebody's using the DZSA one, I believe that actually says this queue. Unless that's the launch you're talking about. Oh, this might not actually work because we're on a hill. Yeah, that was gonna work. Ooh. I might like actually that one better than the one I did. Yeah, you'd have to use the DZSA launcher, or no, I don't think the even website won't tell you either. But that one would show you. Oh, it probably would be fun. Getting on it's going to be the hard part. You're on the DZS one? Does DZSA not show queues anymore? It's been a long time since I've actually used DZSA. You know, one thing I would enjoy to find out with Editor, if there is a way to at least no queue shown. It's only at 11 right now. It could be. There's going to be a lot of people who are, you know, probably kind of fighting to. What are you doing over here? Is it I rotated you so much that it's like this square moved all the way over here apparently. All right. That might be more terrain editor. And I'm not too sure how much of the terrain you can edit on like these maps versus like using terrain editor on your own, you know, custom map. I ran into the same issue. That's the reason why my like Civet file at one point was huge, like even bigger, because I was just painting grass. And then doing that is like, it adds up real fast. So if I could, see, I wish I could take these two and so if I lock them, then I can't do anything with them. Other than, you know, trying to piece that together. If you go into your My Documents folder, there will be a Dayz folder. Inside there is the Dayz Editor stuff. You would be looking for a DZE file, whatever you've named it. Oh, you're fine. For 16, like the one I showed you the other night was like 20 megabytes worth of like, and then a lot of it's just like, you know, grass and sunflowers. There wasn't really a whole lot, you know, extra done. You're floating, so you kind of have to like, all right, so I'd have to keep doing this in like sections to bring down like a piece here and there. But try this way. So it's not gonna be perfect for this part because a lot of it's gonna have to be realigned, you know, down and like shifted over some. What if we kissed at the PO body pit? Hey man, if that's somebody's bag, I'm not gonna stop them, you know? You know, who am I to judge where you find love? If you find your love in the body pit, I say go for it. Though, I mean, the smell might be a little, you know. I think he's asking me for kisses? Well, you think, you know, in a zombie world, if you're at like the body pit, at least you're not gonna know if the other person smells or not, because of the stench from like the place already. Some characters might find it romantic, that's for sure. I mean, like I said, I'm not gonna judge them. You were interested in a girl that wanted to be a mortician? You know. It's a job, right? Oh, you're gonna do that funny thing at me, aren't you? Of course you are. It's not gonna keep it locked together. Alright, delete all you. You're useless to what I wanted. Oh, she was in it for the dead bodies? Oh, I mean, oh, okay. You know, that may change up dynamics a little bit. I'm pretty sure that also breaks a lot of ethical and moral, you know, rules, laws. And it probably, if you got to think for dead bodies in that kind of way, that's just add an ick factor to that. You know, the editor kind of almost needs like a drawing tool. So like if I like grab this item right here, I have like for a fence, and I could just drag down here, and then it would just, you know, like keep placing the fence pieces as I go down. I mean, if you're kissing a bunch of dead zombie bodies, there might be, that's a whole other like conversation waiting to happen. Okay, so this is gonna have that problem. It's just gonna, that's what I thought. So if I want to do that, I almost have to do this in really tiny sections. Okay, that's a great idea. Not for now, though. That's not something I feel like doing right now. Okay, get past all that. I think that's what you were talking about here. It's pee. Then poop. Vomit. Blood vomit. Need some train cars on the platform. Yeah, we probably could. I mean, there is the bit there already. Oh, did I get rid of? Oops. I wanted to delete you. Delete you. I don't want to delete that. You feel like you have to be stoned for map editing? There's a reason why there's not a lot of people who do map edits. Weird little bump there. It's like an invisible wall. I think it's probably a better bridge than that. That's kind of a tiny bridge. That's a big old bridge. Well, just yesterday alone, not yesterday, because now technically it's Wednesday. Monday, probably around like 4 or 5 p.m. or so. Like I jumped into editor and it was my first. I've been in editor and I usually get frustrated with it and then, you know, call it quits. But since I want to get all this, this is done for, the update, I think I went from like 5 p.m. and then I stopped around 8 a.m. or so. And I still probably could have kept going. And that entire time was me, figuring some stuff out, deleting an entire file because I didn't like it, jumping back in and, redoing it. And I was only working on like Svet. Last thing, it's not a 10+ year old tool. Dayz Editor is actually quite new. But in the last maybe like 2 years. Yeah, it's not. It's like Spartan has a good point there. It's finicky. You can do like actually, I'll show you in a second. It's not even. You don't have to even do this on your LAN server. You can use your LAN server to load them and test them. I do recommend like Scale Speeder. He has some good like intro. Okay, and back to here. So what happens is the way editor is done is it basically works off of Dayz offline mode. So you would find Dayz Editor. Like make sure you over in the top corner there's an unload all. Make sure no other mods are installed at the time. We went wrong line. Arrow. So you want to unload all. And then you want to check the box for Dayz Editor, which will then ask you about the dependencies because you will need, because it's going to want to freehand these ones. I know at least like CF and dabs it wants. Builder's items you should always throw in there as well. And then personally, I have the summer trainer just so because we're using this one and I want to see, the edits that are already in game, so I kind of already can tell like what's done. And then I'm looking at a couple different building mods that I can add into the server pack. Not a repack because I'm not going to be opening them, but I can throw them in like in the server pack though. So there's a bunch of stuff here. These are all extras. May not even end up using, stuff from any of them. And then when you have all these things loaded, then you just click play. That's it. That's the entire way of starting a editor. No LAN. No, having to start up your server. Anything like that. And then if you go into your My Documents folder, there is a folder called Dayz, and in there is a editor folder, and it's going to save. You would save things as a DZ file. Now on your LAN server, you would have builder items loaded as a mod. And also, I think builder items, but also you'd have Dayz Editor loader. Dayz Editor loader will add in a folder called I think editor or something into your LAN. Well, you would kind of need this if you're, because like if I end up using, like if I end up adding the stuff into the server pack, and then like, you know, you, or if you find another pack and you build a whole bunch of stuff in there, but we aren't using it, and it doesn't have like any permissions to put it into your server pack, it would break the actual build. I was like, I don't even use this right here. I just hit play. Once I have everything right here, I just hit play. And then you can take the DZE file, you throw it into that one file that's for like your LAN, and you can kind of check it out. Now, you will probably need to like file export a map group position file, especially for if you're wanting, you know, loot to spawn. You somehow deleted all the plants in a certain area. Are we talking like you went through and were like control clicking on, like control middle clicking on a bunch of stuff and just deleted them all? But there are ways, like I believe I could, like for like terrain builder stuff, I can actually I can export a text file that the terrain builder can read. Clicked over on street. Why don't you just hit there is an undo button. If you deleted a bunch of plants, just click undo. You can also look over here under deletions to see what got deleted. It was saved a while ago. But yeah, look to see what was deleted though. And then how far back can you go into undo? Because you can undo like a ton, unless you also deleted them without knowing and then added in a bunch of things. Because like if I could delete that rock, I just deleted a static stone 4. Control Z, I can undo it. You may have also, did you like just drag something over like grass and it flattened it out? That bridge might work. That looks too fancy. That's a tiny bridge. That bridge. This one might make the most sense. Okay, you're in the ground. No. So, and then this is what you would see. Because we are, you know, first person server. I'm almost tempted to make it bigger. I think the terrain gets a little weird on this side. Like if it really is, you know, like a mass grave. Because of that I can... Let's get you back there. No, we could actually even try well, I'll probably have to go in and like fix the leveling part. Because this one's gonna need, they're definitely gonna be not in the right angle because there's two like angled up. So kind of like that. So of course all these are gonna have to be, you know, adjusted, but that's fine. This is more like fine tuning of them to get everything like nice and lined up. What's your idea? I'm all ears. Dang, oh, that one's gonna have to be fixed. And you're going underground. Only make rags come out of this place? Well, this graveyard is more, this is more of looks. There's no loot here. This is not a loot place. So, of course, this is gonna need fine tuning. You went on man out? Or is this somebody's not lined up right? And then you sunk. I'll have to fix like all the, you know, angles of this. So I might have an idea of what I can do for right here to kind of give like that idea of like maybe they are, you know, bringing in over a train a bunch of bodies to dump. Into, you know, the mass grave of Zeleno. But that's a good starting point. Some of this fine tuning I may do off stream because it's going to be really like tedious. Then I think there actually is a platform for that. I know. That's just it's just a decal. That's just the builder item decal. You know, if I didn't want to use the bridge, I possibly could actually shift all of this back a little bit more and have this linked up to what I'm thinking of for this. What should I do? I'm gonna pop you there so I don't forget about you. There's one thing I wish though that I could do for the menu, and that's hitting like either the down arrow or, you know, W or S to go through the list. Because if I just do mouse wheel, it just jumps it all around. Whereas I may want to like kind of have like that individual look. And kind of like, you know, just like slowly tap through it. So I'm actually not, because I feel like I miss things sometimes. Especially when, okay, there's a lot of items, you know, to go through. I wonder if, there's an SV one for it. That's a little big. I like that idea. I'm just gonna throw it over there. I will say that I think it's the one of the building mega packs, or at least it's one of the mods that come from the same guy for building. He has some cool stuff. Like guard towers. This whole subway system. And you'd have to piece this together if somebody wanted to use it. And one thing you can do, because we know we can't go underground on Chinars, is you find like an open area kind of like this, build what you want covered in rocks. So, you know, take the enemy you want, cover it over in rocks. It gives like an illusion it goes under, you know, underground. Also, he is working. These gates do work too. Like, that's an opening you can. They do open up. He has a couple like pretty big like set pieces. You like a whole leveled out area. And then I believe these come from his industrial. So, like other set pieces where, you know, if you wanted to plop to there and then go into, say, the terrain builder and place your trees and bushes so that they actually work. I think this is the one I was thinking of. That might be able to use on this idea. I'm able to like knock out a wall, or even like kind of get it like sandwiched in here. And then maybe add some drains, like a drain piece. Might look a little weird right there. I don't know. I could also knock out some walls around here. Could also move this down. Like down this side. Like if you were to like, you know, on your way in. So I'm able to do something with that. Now, where were we? That's the bridge we were already looking at. Schoolhouse. These wells. Did I just? No. Okay. Whatever reason, I'm seeing a different. I'm seeing like a starting screen for whatever reason. I must have hit a button. But these wells, I didn't place any down, did I? I didn't. Okay, good. They don't seem to actually function as an actual like well, so they're fake. The outhouses are pretty cool. Fire pits are kind of cool if you want to set these up. So like if they set these up in, you know, different areas. I have to remember I want to bring that over there. They have a couple gazebos for, you know, if you want to maybe set up like a hunting area. I believe this was supposed to have more of an interior, unless I think I'm just seeing inside of it. I don't, because I think you're supposed to be, yeah, I think those walls are actually solid. So that's like a whole building. I actually ended up using this the other night. I used this one as well. Old satellite. This does actually have, this has actually an actual sewer part you can drop down into. Little radio station, another bridge. some tubes. You can make like a little tunnel of things. Couple kind of neat little damage, you know, different vehicles. Well, these ones are kind of fun too. I may end up using a couple of these ones. Like they're actually in body bags, like the covered. Some skeletons. Now this is a bunker door. I don't know why it's floating above me right now, but you can place that on top of something and it does actually open up. Workable ladder. Like this guy has gone all out on his building mods. Like the models he's done. And of course, you'll probably see like they may look kind of, you know, like low res, low textured. And part of that is just because, you know, it does help the game not to have to load like a 4K detailed house or building. So, I mean, like somebody could go wild and probably spend months and months going through a bunch of the different, you know, models he has. I feel like I actually saw them in the pre-pat. This may be like a smaller version of it. Then you just have, you know, your little cabin, you know, little outpost. I don't know. It's not like the fuel pumps that are around the area, but I think a lot of that, if you were going to do up like a nuke plant, I think this one is a work in progress still. It doesn't, I don't think it has any connecting pieces yet. And also, you know, work in progress because, you know, missing textures. So this will be a fun little thing to see when this gets built out, what somebody can do with this. What, am I ever on track? No, I am always in a state of being sidetracked. Little bits and bobs, you know, you can throw around. Oh, you know what? I actually wanted those. By the way, this one I think is really cool. Kind of a neat little, you know. But it's pretty cool. I don't know if I could, I mean, I could probably use this for this area, but I feel like this is more like a specialized area. Like, I want you to see this. Like, I want to do like a fence kind of around here, but I want you to see this. You go to bed. Hey, have a good night's nap. Some barbed wire. I don't know if this actually cuts though. These lights I believe are supposed to work, I think. I haven't tested them though. Now, one thing I did try last night, and this is probably what caused me the most frustration. There is, I think we're getting here yet. These right here. So they're modular pieces. Different colors. A couple different styles. I even have like, I couldn't see, I don't think those actually close. I couldn't get it to close. Great for if I want to do like, you know, a little trader thing or whatnot. So I tried to take one of these pieces and then tried taking like these pieces, the side ones, and trying to put them all together. And I just couldn't. I could not do it. They would not line up. Because you can even throw in a floor piece for it. So I tried really hard to like place one of these down, place everything on like on the sides of them, you know, box it all in the roof, and they would be off by a couple inches. Because there is a function here, snapping mode, that's disabled. It doesn't work. Which is almost the thing you kind of need or want to get, you know, this working. because I tried to set one of those up on top of like a the gas stations, kind of like we were seeing on Banov. Couple staircases, different stair types. Well, those pieces like would have been really cool, because they should end up looking kind of like these, right? Like these ones are just already done up, but they're just regular storage containers. But if I could have taken a couple of these and made them like shop fronts in an area, that would have been like, that would have looked really cool. Blue. It's a version of blue. It's in the blue family. A couple different signs. More debris, broken things. And you know, if I say it's in the blue family, that encompasses a whole lot of colors. So can I be wrong at all though? We get more body bags. I feel like these need to be in like the hospitals around. Actual body bags. This would be. Oh, you want to? Oh, it doesn't look that purple though. It's definitely more blue. This would be Rootsy's home. This is Rootsy's mobile home. This van died. And now, you know, this is what he has, you know. It's where he sells his guns. Here's a whole like outpost thing. So like, I think a lot of these areas were used for, if you want to, like, you're putting together some like the trader, like the NPC trader areas. But I think they could actually work out pretty cool though for, you know, like our kind of thing. Almost like RP spots. Like, okay, this right here. This is the kind of thing that you would expect going into the hospitals around Chernarus. Old, dried up, bloody, you know, people on gurneys. Couple more tower things. See, these are the ones that you definitely take some of those other set pieces, place this somewhere, pile up rocks, debris, and everything around it, and you can make an entire area. I mean, look, you have the pipes you could walk through. The blood is too red, yeah. It would definitely have to be, you know, it should be darker to be old. He has a lot of pieces. I think these ones go for that big door. I was a little disappointed there. I thought that was actually a opening. All the ruins. Well, this actually might work actually for here. What is this one? It's weird. This actually might be what I want for around here. Instead of having to place like, you know, one section of fence all the way down. One of those years just to like leave the graves open. And then kind of do something here with like the this helicopter port landing area. And then find a train that we can place on the tracks. And of course I got to do, like I mentioned too, probably off stream, all the fine tuning for the mass graves to get, you know, they shouldn't be sunken in. Or these parts right here are raised a little bit. What are the other fences next to that one? Okay, I want to say, is your name Mac Attack? Is that how it's supposed to be pronounced? Also, you know, it's going pretty good. How you doing? How's your night going? Morning. That's it? Nice. Okay, how many people do you throw off though with a username like that? You were talking about, like, were you talking about this fencing? This fencing, I don't know if I could. I'd have to like one, the axis is wrong, so I'd have to like kind of like tilt it up. Oh shoot, no, just you. So like every piece I'd have to fix like that. Then this would, the ones next on the list. Where are you? Okay, so that's that one. Towers. That's an underpass. A lot. I can imagine. Like that name, right? That one right there. Even like that took my brain a minute. It was just that one. Okay, because I was like looking at, I don't know which one you're talking about. Like I feel like we could potentially end up using this one. Like unless we wanted to kind of use this whole thing for down here. And maybe a little, I still want to find out what that platform is though. There is a helicopter platform. And I can't find it. Is the server up and running? It's currently up and running. We've been running for months now. We are gearing up for the next the 1.19 release, and we're getting rid of a couple of mods that are on the server, but we're also trying to bring in more of a custom feel around the map. An older, dirtier Ternars. You know, things are overrun. Things are, you know, it's been a long time. Kind of like, you know, like stuff like this. You know, there's vines growing off of buildings. There's a couple new, like, you know, like there's tipped over vehicles. The roads are more cracked up. So like, and I need to work on this anyways, and I'm like, you know what? Instead of constantly taking nights off to do it, I might as well just stream it because I'm gonna have to work, you know, do the work anyways. Is there a map? It is this is just Chinars, plain Chinars. Like Sophia Break brand new. We are a little bit more of the hardcore variety. So, you know, there's not just guns and food everywhere. It can take a while to actually build up. Let's see. I do need to fix this website because it is outdated a little bit. I believe I can actually. I got it in here somewhere. Now we are a bit of like a niche server rule wise because we are. It's an organic. It's a PvP RP server. That would be the one, yeah. It is not easy. I will tell you that right now. Like cooking your fires and whatnot, can cook you versus like they'll kill you versus like cooking in a house. Your best friends are fishing and hunting, not looking for food. Like PvP RP, a lot of us are role players. Yeah. But we like to keep the fear there. Like it's an organic RP. There's no initiation rule. If you see a guy running through a field and, you know, you can pop him if you want to, or you can, you know, decide to run up and hold them up, or you can flee and run away. It's completely up to you. Like whatever style you're looking to get into. the biggest rule we have, there's no outside comms allowed. So no Discord, no TeamSpeak. So like once you're in Ixer, like if your buddy's about to get on, he can message you and be like, hey, I'm getting on. I'll be on this radio station. Or, hey, I'm getting on. I logged out in XYZ town. And it's like, okay, cool. Meet you there. And then everything else has to be kept in game. You shoot on sight. That's how some people roll. Some people just do not trust other players. But it really, like, yeah, our biggest thing is keeping every, no OC comms, keep everything in game. This way too, if something happens, and like, it can kind of help also, with, deal with some like salt that can happen, That's why, like, a lot of us do run a character name. Because a lot of people will be like, I have a character, Corvus Crow. People will probably tell you he's an asshole. But they're not saying Banaynay's an asshole. But my character is. Versus, if I ran in the game and just told everybody, yeah, just call me Banaynay. And, something happens and people are chatting and they go, wow, Banaynay's a dick. That's kind of a personal hit to somebody. You're under 200 hours. That's not bad, actually. Like, I joined a hardcore server when I had about 20 hours of vanilla. And then I've been on hardcore ever since. Unless I'm feeling in the mood to run around on other, like, servers for, like, just to get, like, some shooting in. If you spawn in after the wipe, should you go inland? Pretty much, yeah. Because the way DayZ works, you have 200 hours. You probably know too. Is there's a tier system, like 1 through 4 on Janars, and each tier has a different loot pool. So you go for your 3s and your 4s to get like better guns, different, clothing. And like that style. So the game tries to funnel you through different areas. And then we have base building. So that's something too. A lot of people like to set up bases around. And because things can be hard to come across, like item-wise, sometimes. It's set up for promoting, trading with other people. Like if I got a lot of 7.62 short, I don't got a gun for it. Maybe you have the gun I need. And then there's a trade we can make. Maybe you want 40 nails for the gun, stuff like that. And then if you do have issues, if you're having trouble, there are people in game as well who do play more of like a friendly role, and they'll take you right under their wing. They'll try to show you around, help you out. There's also channels in the Discord where people will try to, answer questions for you. Because we've had some very, very brand new, like, probably like under 10 hours players who do end up jumping in. I almost forgot there was that church in here that I wanted. Is this the one? No. Where are you? I want to look at this church because it looks kind of, I think it looks cooler. Not that. Well, then what? An abandoned church. And yes, Pilgrim, also known as a wall to most of us. She'll answer a lot of your questions too. But there are a lot of people who will pop in and, you know, definitely help you out when needed. Okay, so this one doesn't really line up with that road part though. And what are you? I don't know where that IV is. Whatever IV this is probably over here. And it just decided to like move it square. Move you out. Look how this one's so much cooler looking. Wonder if I can try to. Yeah, no matter what I do there, it's not gonna line up perfect. Can I delete you? I will just bring you. Leave it like that. Have you found the name of those blue tarp tops? The makeshift. I have not. I might. I was gonna see if I could probably load up the Banov one and try to see if I can find it. Because I don't know what they're called. I tried to find them yesterday because I wanted to use them. So it's not going to completely line up to where I wanted to. I might be able to sink that into the ground a little bit. And that tree's going to be right in the way. Oh. Okay, that sinks way too far in. Not the Z. You. Ugh. Nope. Nope. Not what I want you to do at all there. You missed that whole spiel due to ads. That is the love of ads that we have to deal with. I might be able to delete that actually right up into maybe get that like right around here. I might be able to delete like part of that. I think this church is too big for the area though. As much as I want to use it here because it looks so cool. There's this incline. there's not enough of the bottom piece to actually sink into the ground. Cause look how cool this is. The door doesn't work though. That one doesn't have a door. Alright. Look at this. For an abandoned church, if somebody was to use like building fortifications to like build a door. A half-broken ship in Chennai. Because it's a half-broken ship in Chennai. I mean, Ritzy put in a couple big old warships, so what's a half-broken one? Like, I need to find a large enough flat spot. And there actually is one over by Svet. But I think I've put too, I don't want to like keep people in Svet. For that. So I think I'm going to have to, I think I'm stuck with that one. Which, that's just spam the undo button. Because I didn't move this building a million times. Because I needed to replace that the sidewalk I deleted. Do it. I mean, I'll show you what I'm talking about too. I'll load up the Svet file. There. We'll get there. We're almost there. Almost there. Yeah. Definitely almost there. My keyboard is getting a workout right now for this. Oh no. I think I went too far. Shoot, I think there is a way I can add those back in now. Did I write the matrix? No, I did too many. But there is part of the file that I believe actually takes into consideration the deletions, and I can go back in and remove those lines. Because right now, because I was just trying to get like these 3 pieces back in. And then I don't think there's, yeah. I'll have to do a different way of doing it. No, don't do that. Church base? No, don't do that. I keep it in control when I want to hit alt, because alt slows you down. I think that's where I had it. Like, it's not a huge deal, even if these don't come back. It's just, you know, not the biggest thing in the world. Oh, there's an attic part here. You can sit here and get a nice view. Grab some night vision goggles. Get a nice scope. Sit in the barn, you know, sit in the broken down church at night, watching the hills. Okay, so I have good ideas from over here. That's gonna take me a bit to figure out how I want to do all that. Let's save again. Reload Chinaris. So that's my quick way of reloading the map. Now I have to hope that I didn't crash the editor again. I might have to verify editor. Hasn't been happy with me today at all. Yes, I did make some svedits. The best svedits you ever get. Is, you know, the best svedits on the East Coast. I might have broken editor. I think I need to go back also and watch some other like tutorial videos too when it comes to like the Dayz Editor, because I can imagine there's like some like tips and tricks that I'm missing. Oh, he actually loaded. Like I know like one, actually the actual creator of Editor, Sentimental Dab, had like a recommendation of like hitting the home key. It brings you into your character. Like as soon as you load in, like doing it twice. You like the ideas of being damaged? I would only, if you're gonna do like damaging, because like I went overboard. I will admit it. And I don't know how the server's gonna enjoy it. There's the Leno. So I have to load two different ones. I actually put, I think, my road damage in like one file for that area, and then I did sweat. That's right. Road damage was for around here, all the way past Cherno. Down here past like I did like a little bit of like damaging. Third person is weird. There's also like weird side to side shake when you run, and it throws me off a lot. That also is, you can tell the glitches a little bit. So the roundabout, that's all knackered. Coming into the, the town. You know, it's a damaged decal layer. Damaged. Because think about how people have been driving over like the road. Pavement doesn't last forever. I just need to know as well, like, how the cars were gonna handle driving over this. So, like, we come into the city, like, it's just, it's all torn up. It's getting bad. Like all of the road is just but I went a little hard though in the city here with it. Like the area is, it's all like, it's so torn up looking. You can see it better from up here. Like if they were to ever put out like a little bit of like a visual update to DayZ, I would actually I would like to see this. You know, give us some like wear and tear. Oh yeah, which for I can probably use a bit of this one. This is the nice thing about using the the brush tool. Of course, that's a bit, that's a bit much. But, you can go basically right down the road. Turn the brush off. And the brushes are customizable. You can basically make a brush out of anything. It's all done in an XML file. So if I turned up like the radius even more, it would, it would probably break this up even more for the grass. Though one thing though is because using summer chinaris, a lot of the main textures, like this grass, that's Livonia grass. That grass comes from Livonia. It's nice, it's bright, very lush looking. And then you have more chinaris grass, which has a darker texture to it. Because one thing, if I bring the radius down, it's just like you could fill in an area. Bring the radius even down more, because it just makes it thicker. So like you could paint that whole thing, but file size wise, you're probably gonna end up getting a very big file if you try doing this way. It's not really recommended. So compare it to over here, kind of sparse. Like you could go crazy with it. There's just, it'd be a lot. Sunflower field. Oop. Let's see how much of this grass I can clear out. But you can definitely, you know, you could build off of that. You know, sprinkle a little bit of grass around, crack the roads up, and, you know, really bring in, you know, an older Chernarus field. And we are being raided, everybody. How are you guys doing? Thank you so much for the raid. And I'm going to take a wild guess that to pronounce your name is a Peanuts? Oh. We got the Autobot going wild. Alright, mods, you know what to do. Got a handle on there. Get a handle on the Autobot there. Trying to figure out if I got a... Did Autobot get that, or do they know what? I think the Stream Elements bot did that one. Let me check real quick. Stream Elements, where are you at? Let's try that. There we go. Stream Elements was being a little picky about the about emote usage. And you're back. Welcome back. I'm doing pretty good. How about you? How was your stream? Alright, so this has been the road damage that we're doing. But yeah, I do like the idea though of sprinkling in some grass on the roads. That's a good idea. And then you wanted to see... Let's reload the map real quick. Let's take a minute. Now we'll pop over to Svet. You were just playing DayZ? Nice. What map are you on? I would usually be playing DayZ myself, but our server is it's ramping up for the 1.19 release. And we're wanting to throw in a bunch of like kind of custom look to it. I'm trying to like bring age into Chernarus, because there's a lot of areas in Chernarus that just they look almost too fresh, too clean. Still, for as long as DayZ's been out. You saw I was doing editing. A lot of people haven't really played with Editor, and for good reasons. It's finicky, time consuming, and doesn't always play nice. You're on the big map. There's a lot of big maps now. There's actually a lot of maps that are actually bigger than Chernarus now. That's probably a better question. Yeah, was it a modded map? Like, was like a Banov, Pripyat? I know off the top of my head, I think technically Deer Isle's bigger, but do you really count all the water as part of it? Also, thank you guys for the followers. Was it a modded one? So you're probably what, on Chernarus or Livonia? If I had to guess. Sviet. This is the one we want. Official churn. Are we talking like officials? Like, I have maybe like 20 hours on an unofficial map before I moved over into the community ones. And then I just dove right into the hardcore style and went for the like PvP RP style ones, like that organic. Okay, am I in? I am. Do. Oh yeah, I had like 20 hours of vanilla before I would like. I just jumped in because this was probably like 2 years ago or so, and I was watching like Silent Sentry play on a hardcore server, and I watched like a lot of hours of him playing, so I already went in with a very good idea of like what to do, but I just needed the practice of actually doing it. And then I just jumped in. Official's good for that. Officials can be very good for that. Getting like learning like, you know, how do I make that fire? How do I get the sticks for this? You know, making, you know, getting rags and all that kind of stuff. How to make bone hooks. You know, before like diving in. I don't want to cancel. Okay, so before I even go over to good old Svet over there, I think this is Osha. And I gotta figure out, I still gotta test this on a live server to see how it's going to work, because it may be a little too much. So I started making edits into Ulsha. It's just northwestish out of Svet. Tiny little place. You'll go right through it. Am I making my own app? No, but I'm actually I'm editing Chinaris. Keeping that hacky. So I added a lot of grass into the dirt roads. A big part of our server is that it's kind of like in the future a bit, you know, like it's been a while since a lot of this, you know, the zombie thing started. Things are breaking down. There's grass everywhere. It's, you know, like there's vines growing off of buildings. Trees aren't where they always, you know, used to be, but you might find some new trees. So now I can already tell that it's a little bit of a load. I'll have to see how this is actually going to work on an actual like live server, because there may be way too many sunflowers here. But I went over Ulsha and there's sunflowers, there's grass in the road. And you totally shot me somewheres random. Didn't you? Nope. I want to go over here. This is still the Chinaris map. But this is these edits will be on my server. So like right now I'm gonna probably have to go through and kind of trim down some of the sunflowers. We use a bunch of mods as well to kind of, you know, kind of enhance the game a bit, make things harder in some areas. A lot of it comes down to, for at least for us, is about survival. And not exactly so much, you know, like the PvP side of things. And then come with the 1.1 and update. Right now we're running a server, a summertime server, where even trying to cook by like a campfire will roast you alive because it's so hot. But come with this 1.1 and update, we are actually going to start this server instead of being a static date where it's always the same date and time all the time. So I think it's like September 9th, I think our server is set for. But we do that for how dark it gets at night. But we use the custom temperatures. Starting on the update, we are actually going to have the server change temperatures every month. So October's going to be chilly. It'll get really freezing around your December's, January's, February area. And then it's going to be quite hot, you know, once you get to like your June, July, August. So you're always going to have a bit of a change up on like your PID, you know, how you're dressing, what clothing you wear. You know, do you cook inside? Do you cook a fire outside? Because you can, because it's, you know, chillier out. So that's the sunflower field. Now if we shoot over, then I'll show you the one spot I was talking about, which may work really well for that church. If I kind of want to like hide that church somewheres, right up here. A little bit like, it could be, you know, it might have to be a little angled. But I could totally hide a church up here. And it's right between basically two different starting spawn areas. And then welcome to Svet. This was an addition, right, for the landslide. I've removed some of the tracks as like they've you know, decayed, they've broken down. Or like in this area right now, they're gone because, you know, the landslide. There's definitely more grass in the area, especially like on the roads. Like grass is starting to peek through. The roads are more, you know, they're more cracked up. So yeah, like Chernarus is starting to show its age. That's kind of what we're going through. There's another bus I added as well that crashed somewhere around here. But as you're running through, you know, it's not as kind of clean looking anymore. That's the bus. I added that bus right there. Which might have to lower. I didn't realize it was lifted. A couple extra cars in this parking lot with like some extra grass in there. Couple fences, I removed some fences, you know, and like it's been over time, they got knocked over, you know, stuff like that. And then if you dip off, you know, over into the woods real quick, it's a big file. Now, you know, you've just spawned in Svet. You're probably, you know, looking to do, you know, you might need to do some fishing. Oh, that's a wall. That editor is like freaking out on me right now. So, oh, found the water. Like, you can kind of get kind of lost in this one spot. And there is a boat. So it's in here somewheres. But you kind of have to find it. It's kind of buried now. And then I need to figure out editor preferences. There you are. Why you changed, I have no idea. I don't need you saving every 10 seconds. So you can kind of fish right there. You're a little safer. It's a little freshy friendly. Add a little more, you know, this grass goes down. And a lot of people don't necessarily come down this way because there's not really anything here. There was a little lighthouse and that was it. And most of this was just open. And now, when you come around here, there's a whole different lighthouse. Little shack for people, you know. I don't know if that may be a fake fireplace. Little cot, little dresser. And then somebody can go in here and explore. So this is an entire open lighthouse. Got a floor in here. Got a nice little lookout. And then I added a little fishing area too. So if you have like stuff to go fishing and you're down here in Svet, you can actually go out there and go fishing. And now this actually goes all the way to the top. Lighthouse. Hey, I know a lot of people don't settle bases in like freshy area. But with that little house down there, you know, and your little fish in there and then a little lighthouse you can, you know, and you get a little peek over there, you know, there's Svet right past those trees, you know, the city's right there. Like you can even see where like the road is, and you can, if somebody was running down the coast from over there, you could see them. And then the dock for over here is, I missed it. Definitely overgrown. But you can come out here and, you know, get your fishing pole, do a little fishing. You're a little hidden. You know, it's kind of it's if somebody wanted to settle here, that's, you know, completely up to them. You would be getting a lot of visitors. Great spot to store your raft. Oh yeah, that wonderful raft. I do wish that raft mod worked better. Because it can definitely be a little glitchy. Teleport here through the woods. Needed seats? It did needed seats, yeah. Seats would have helped. And yeah, that's this is what I've done with Svet so far. I may end up going through and maybe adding some vines to some of the buildings. This bus I need to fix though. You, my good sir, are not supposed to be floating. Where are you at? Right here. It's taking about 20 minutes to lay one vine. Yes. Oh yeah. No, it takes a good minute for that. You're more like you're just off kiltered. That's better. Can still use it. But our theme for 1.19 is definitely going to be an overgrown, worn out, worn down Janars. And the nice thing too is over time we can go back in. We can add different, you know, pieces to other areas, you know, clean up little areas. If we need to, like, if there's an area that gets like a lot of traffic for a good while, we could go in and actually like start cleaning it up a little bit. And like just kind of like showing off a little bit that like, yeah, people are here a lot. Something was supposed to be there. Or was I? No, you know, I was messing with the overgrowth vines. Tell me, Rumbles, yeah. You still end up going, even though I can't die because I'm taking God mode for this. Was it all the way down here? It was. I don't think I saw this now. So, other than using ivy, there's these overgrowth ones you can use, but you can't walk through them. These are solid pieces. So like, they're not my favorite. You might be able to, you know, they're very specific houses and buildings to go on. Ones that you would definitely know you're not going to be touching these. Because like It's the sawdust wall. Those the ruined log cabins? I think so, yeah, because you don't, you know, run into them. They're just, you know, they're a side piece on top of a roof you can't get on top of. You have one vine down and want a cookie? Oh, is there a cookie emote? If there's a cookie emote, I'll definitely give you a cookie. But I don't need you. Now, one thing you could also do is if you get a bunch of those like vines down, the building dimensions don't change. So if I, oh, before I do that, can I wait for you to save? Thank you. Preferences. Turn auto save off. How do I save a bundle for this house? I believe you can load up like another. And it would, like, you know, dimension wise should all be the same. It's really late for you. Anyway, you know, I appreciate the raid, and you know, I appreciate you stopping in. I hope you have a good night. So I'm trying to think how I want to do this right now, because I can load in the Zeleno one right now and have I can have both going at the same time. And I think I can actually save as a selection. So I don't want to open. It's import. Actually, you know what? No, let's do open actually. Open Zeleno. Now let's pop over to here. So I don't want that. That. I want all these pieces. Minus the dead trees. Because those can change. I don't know where you are down there. File. Save as. Export. Selected only. Please wines. Please fines. I think you can, yeah. That's what I'm trying to see if I can do. Alright, save those 12 objects. Pop on back over to here. And where was that police station? I might have also been able to just, you know, copy them, but then I'd have to like drag them all the way over here. And actually, you know what? I want a fresh I want a fresh map. Just for testing to see how saving a chunk will work. Because I'm not 100% sure if it's going to decide to load up those bits all the way over into Leno. Which they might do, because if it saves like the actual, like, you know, chords. Trying to figure out if we can like tag team the Vine's damage. It would be helpful if we can, because then, you know, you do up one building and you find a building that, like, you know, if you do a police station, all the police stations have the same dimensions. And real quickly, while that's loading, and it's probably going to finish loading by the time I say this, I'm going to run and use the bathroom real fast. It's a little early to feed the pup. But she did have dinner though, so hours ago. Now I need to get over. You don't know what time it is anymore? That's alright. That's how I operate. What is time anyways? Okay, police station here. For wool, it would be. It's a little after 3 for me. All right, now I want to import. Police fines. That's what that. I kind of feeling they were gonna get put here. So cut them. Hop back over here. Is that where the well is here? Huh. I feel like I always forget where the well in Svet is. Now we want to paste. Move everything up. You crashed your editor, adjusting the next chord. What'd you fine tune it to? That's not gonna work. So paste. Let's see. It's supposed to be rotated. Okay, yeah, so it's not going to work as well as wanted it to be. Because it's going to grab the way it was facing. Has the one well, dangerously placed, surrounded by snipe points. True. And then it does that wonderful thing when you try to change an axis, like it kind of moves things in a weird way. Like it moves everything. So I can grab all the pieces. There might be a way, yeah. Like unless it just lets me like just pick up that entire building. But as soon as you change the way it's direct, you know, facing, is when you're gonna run into issues. So unless you can find a police station that faces Thank you for the follow. I want to say, it may just be pronounced how it is, as an old mate, or it's as an old mate. And I'm getting the feeling the way your name is as an old mate. Where was police station? I lost you already. Okay. So, import police vines. So you would have to find a police station that is facing this direction. And it's set up just like this. Although if you wanted, you could copy this though. Say if you just at least want the same parts. And then do like the fine tuning to go through and like put everything kind of back to where it was. Now, because you could kind of do that. The issue really just comes in as soon as you start changing an axis of it. It changes all of them kind of annoyingly. So, go back all the way up to... Apparently I left a bunch of pieces here. Delete those. Import finds. Okay, not asking you to delete anything. Oh wait, I didn't actually need to. I'm pretty sure I still have Control V. Yeah. So like, so you would have all your, you know, your parts here. I want to go back to, you were 0. You know, you could go like that with it. And then you would slowly have to, you know, place everything back to where you wanted it. So it would get very convoluted very fast. Also, this is actually a good chance to also show off what this is what Civet actually looks like normally, like road wise. Like the roads are pretty clean. They're not really cracked up. If you were to go like down over here, like there's fencing by the water. There's only a little bit of a swamp grass there. Come down the beach a little bit, and that's all you get. That's it. This little piece right there. He's just, it's kind of blah. And then like you come up here and like you get this little balcony, you know, it's not very high. It's a very kind of blah area. There's no rock slidey there. All the train tracks are fine. You're getting chocolate oat milk? Oh, is it that time? So like, that's your like just good old vanilla Civet. And now we're gonna, I like to keep that like the map reloaded every time I keep making a bunch of changes like that. Is Warren, did that our server, has it slowed down at all? Or is it still pretty busy? that spooky one. It did slow down a bit. I'm tempted to hop in. Those of us who are awake. Spartan, are those pictures from the those were the ones you had? What spooky? A spooky. Let's go. I mean, give me like a quick second. It's way cooler than that. I do want to check it out. I just want to get I gotta find the right music, I think, for that. I gotta get the right playlist going. You're so unaware? Well, you're gonna find out. And then you're probably gonna want to jump in with us. Oh, with a PO crew? I'll play with a PO crew. Need to lay in bed. That makes sense, yeah. No, you know, sleep is always a good thing. I will never not argue against sleep. Okay, let's pause that. I know I have a good one. Who schedules me for 9 a.m.? Oh. Okay, yeah, and I feel that. Is that not what I want, is it? No, that's not it at all. Let's see. Spartan, can you shoot me over the name of that server again? Okay. AFK window real quick while I get that set up. This is like, I appreciate it. It doesn't like your links. That's probably the stream balance thing. See if I can find it now. You know, there's probably not a ton of servers with that name. Let's see how your net handle. It should be fine. All right. Now we're just waiting to find the map. All right, take a minute here. I'm gonna try filtering out for just that type. Hey.
Yo. I was able to find it just searching Atlas.
Nothing else, just Alice.
Yes. And it popped right up.
I'll restart my search, see if I can find it. It went through like 1,000 already and hadn't found it.
Yikes. Yeah, just try Atlas. It just pulled up like 3 servers.
Yeah, I saw a couple with just like, you know, somebody's name. And then I tossed the info over to Marbles too.
Okay, so looking at some of these mods, I have some concerns. DBO spiders.
All right. That's the one you guys told me you would all leave the server if you ever got. That was like a universal, like, Banaynay, if you put this on our server, we're all leaving.
I remember that now. Oh boy.
Everybody was like highly against having spiders.
I wanted it so bad. I don't know if Dougal is awake, but I did like flag him in.
Is he online?
I think so.
I'm still waiting for the search.
What? And not to assume, are you searching under community and not like
Yep.
favorites? Okay.
I even thought about even filtering out just for like the Esseker map.
Oh dear, we've got
Is-
advanced weapon scopes.
I think I know what those ones are, and some of them go up to like 50x or something like that. It gets crazy.
Yeah. Okay, yeah, the mod list isn't terrible.
It pops up instantly on the DZSA launcher. It's just it's taking a a hot minute here for the just vanilla.
You know, for people who have globally said, because I asked, like, who likes horror, and almost everyone was like, no. Like,
Hey, there it is. Found it.
yay! They're really digging the idea of this spooky map.
See, I think a lot of us, we like or enjoy like a spook, but it's the mixture with like the sci-fi and spook. Which movie-wise, I don't mind. I don't mind a mixture of two. Like a spooky sci-fi movie, I'm probably more into than like a regular just spooky.
Because the sci-fi, like, softens the blow.
It kind of does, yeah. Like the sci-fi part, kind of like that gets me. That's the grasp. All right, so there's not actually too many. It's actually lightly modded.
Right? Like, I was surprised by that. So it makes me wonder, like, I've never run Esker, by the way. So,
Getting jump scared solo's not fun. No one to laugh about with it. Yeah, no, I can see that. Yeah. Well, it's even why I threw it to marbles, because we've had a couple runs. The two of us on Esseker. Hey, there's Dougal.
Dougal!
Oh,
Did I send you the server? Yes, I did. Dougal, have you run Esker?
not much, no.
It all funnels south.
Pulling up the map. Oh, look at that. Oh, it's so small.
We did wait. Did you already forget Esseker when what was it? The 4th of July event?
Oh, duh. Okay, so yeah, yep. All right.
That was Esseker.
I'm not, brain dead or anything. Totally gonna be a reliable teammate. I promise.
My HUD is off.
I hear people shooting. I'm gonna go find them.
Do it. Report back. I want to hear, of deaths and murder.
Dougal's been like on a blood run.
Oh, there's purple fog.
Yeah.
Shut the front door.
And I have a Halloween shirt.
We're already in.
Wait, are you not in yet?
Not yet. Organizing my
Also,
screens.
Spartan, if you're still
Yeah, I'm in
around,
the purple fog.
if you've been in their Discord, is there any rules that we should know about? Or is it kind of like a generic, don't be a jerk, don't cheat, don't be a jerk kind of rule?
A lot.
A lot. Okay, I'm going Ashling in this one.
'Cause-
It's always bad if I talk normal, and I don't know why.
Expect to be shot immediately. It's Esseker. That's just the norm.
Also, Dougal, I'm curious. You said you average how many hours of sleep a night?
6 to 8.
Trying to think. Like in chunks? Separate chunks?
What do you mean in separate chunks?
I just see you playing like a lot. Not even just DayZ. Oh, cute Halloween shirt.
I think it's pretty
I
cool.
see the purple fog. Oh my god, look at the harvest moon.
What was that? Face wrapping.
I'm in love. Let's just have this forever on Chernarus.
Peekaboo, I see you. Ow. That was rude. Hey, did your mother ever teach me manners?
What's going on here?
What do you mean what's going on here? I'm in there, and he just runs in there, and he smacks me with a crowbar. Who does
I
that?
can't hear you with that helm on it.
You have a very good point there. Oh, she's gonna hit me again.
Okay.
His mother didn't teach him no manners.
Is the music? I think the music's even spooky.
He just runs in there.
Trying to teach him manners.
He hits somebody with a crowbar. Who does that?
Oh, what a jerk.
Yeah. Is he in here looting? Okay, well, I'm alive. Other dude might want to get running. So I'm guessing that this map is also always nighttime. Hey, did you find him?
I found him. He's just on top of the building over there.
Oh, really? Is he scared? Like, where's he at? Let me at him.
Yeah, I think he might be scared. Hold on. This isn't him. Might still be there.
Where's he
There,
at?
he was on top of this building.
Over here?
He ran off though.
Hey, where'd
Did
you
you see
go?
somebody run off from here?
Oh, yeah.
Just you.
Oh, is that him right
There
there?
he is, there he is, there he is. I think that might be him.
Oh, are you the Mr. Crowbar? Come on, what are you doing up there? It's dangerous. What, you just gonna hit him with a crowbar and then what? You just get you just stay up? You stay up there?
Don't touch my friend.
Your friend? That's not your friend. They're dead.
Yes, it is. No,
Like, listen, I'm gonna break it to you, and I know it's gonna be hot news.
she's got a hat. She's got the hat.
That is a
Oi,
nice hat.
You're
my
fond of
hat.
that hat then?
My hat.
I mean, you could just punch her out and, you know, take
Hold
the,
on, hold
take the
on.
top. You
He's
okay?
not-
No, because she's my friend.
Wait, his neck. Which one's the crowbar?
Uh,
Wasn't he
What?
crowbar?
What
I thought it
does
was
this-
this guy on the
Is-
building, on the building.
They have a
Up
crowbar.
there.
But wait,
Oh, maybe
I have a
it's-
crowbar.
Hold on.
hold
Are
on.
you crowbar guy?
No,
About the crowbar.
I'm a girl.
What about the
But I-
crowbar?
Where is it?
Well, he was.
Oh,
He
Oh,
called him crowbar
here we go.
guy. Were you trying to hit people with the crowbar
Oh,
earlier?
okay. No, I just found it on the ground, so no.
Or
No, I
Alright.
just saw them, you know, poking about houses, not really, you know,
Alright.
messing with others.
You know what? You know what?
Okay.
If that's his friend, we're just gonna leave him alone. You know, if he wants
Oi.
if he wants time with them, I mean, I'm not gonna judge.
No judgments here.
I'm gonna judge a little bit.
Oh, I'm
but-
judging harshly. I just wanted to hear me.
All right, okay, cool.
Oh, that
That's so nice of
moon.
you.
What? Where'd I wake up?
I have no idea where I am.
Oi, I like
Barrage.
your hat.
Thank you.
Well, that's gonna be Barrage. That's gonna be off to the east. Let's go. We're going Novi. I think I know where you're at.
Esseker?
Oh. No ammo.
I have
I got an
There you
axe.
go.
Real, I want his hat super bad.
Oh, great. Hey, you. You got a name?
Oi, Ashling.
Here, have an axe.
I'm Gus.
Gus, nice to meet you. Call me Crow.
Crow. Nice to meet you.
Gus, Crow.
All right, let's get moving.
What's
You
the
know,
plan?
God, I think we're a bit shit, I think we're out
might be
west.
some stuff over here. Come over here quickly. 1 sec.
Yeah, we gotta find
I'm
food.
gonna scope out the others.
Oh,
It's a
oh,
little bit here. I killed this guy before. He tried to kill me. Hello.
I didn't see nobody.
Ah. There was someone at the well. Went to the well.
I think Dashling went up to check the other houses.
Alright.
So I could single load this one. Not the most amazing thing. I really don't need that many rags either. Hey, there she is right there.
Oh, town
Find
sign.
anything?
Yes. Just this really ominous looking gas lamp and a couple of glow sticks. We're in Took.
Can have a party.
Yeah, like I said, we're out west. Yeah, we'll just get with this one right here should be south. So
Goodbye, purple mist. You're quite lovely.
Whoa, what the fuck?
oh,
Did you hear the scream? Did anyone else hear
Aye.
that scream?
there was a scream
Aye.
and then there was a shot.
Yes.
We gotta find some food.
Water.
And there's not a whole lot between Tuck and going down south.
Do you need water, Ashley?
I mean, I can
Yellow?
hold off for now.
No.
Yeah, I'm feeling a bit yellow.
Alright.
I think I see a barn at
Someone's
least.
running up.
Yeah, they dipped off to the side there. Let me know if they pull.
They're running ahead.
Hello.
Hey, I'm just, I'm nervous, alright?
But especially after that scream and gunshot.
Well, yeah, there's a whole lot of screaming back there. I mean, just anybody should be nervous around here.
Hey, look at you got a broom. You got the hat.
You got food?
Yeah.
The whole witch outfit going on.
Can you hocus pocus me some food?
Sorry. What?
I said, can you hocus pocus me some food? I'm hungry.
He's asking for a
me
bit of
too.
a conjuring, bit of a bite.
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
Did you just say sorry, or you got beans?
What? Sorry.
Food. do you got food?
Do you have food? Do you have food?
Food.
I don't have
Something
any.
to eat.
I'm
Anything to eat?
fucking
Oh, okay.
hungry too.
I wanna go. Alright, fine. Hey, can I go food?
Alright, good luck.
I like this coat. Fancy.
Oh, hi. Oh, it's very nice. That was sufficiently awkward. Oh. Man, I feel as if we're about to starve.
You don't feel peckish.
Well, I'm so hungry and red.
Okay. Well, calm down there, Ashling.
I'm
I
by
mean, for
Borscht.
now.
You're by Borscht. We are heading north from Tuck. North? Sorry. Opposite direction. South from Tuck. North would be into Nowhere Land.
Is there a town further down this road? I'm assuming.
Yeah, we should get down to one.
I played about 20 minutes of Esseker, so.
Once you we'll put it this way. Once you learn where Tuck is, once you learn where Barash is, that's pretty much your most.
There are several buildings out that way.
That might
Mountain 4.
that might be it.
Oh, this has a lot of shorty shots, aye.
Actually, I think that's like kind of like off the beaten path a little bit.
You didn't think that man back there murdered a woman, and
Eh.
that's why he was all stumbly talking?
Oh, wait.
Maybe.
It could have been, yeah. I was thinking he meant like back in the town, maybe she murdered. Well,
Ooh, that's definitely.
Oh, good. That's right where we're going.
oh
So
yeah,
lucky.
I'm gonna take my gun out.
That's a good idea.
Here, Ashley, come here.
Oi.
A guy just as a ghost.
It's not the best. You have to single load it, but you can still fire a shot off.
What gun? Do you have?
Was it Colt?
Hold.
All right.
Yeah, I don't gonna Colt mag, but you can at least single load it.
I have 3 FX45 mags.
I gotta see CR 75 in case.
Athlete damage. Single round. The one shot is gonna jam.
Well, since you have to single load it, it shouldn't jam
Okay, good.
because you're top loading.
The music's getting spooky.
Oh, I have my own music going.
Oh, I bet you do. Busting out a bit of creepy
So
carnival.
do we try and talk, or are we kill on site? What are we doing?
Well, considering,
If they
you know,
don't have a gun,
we've got nothing, I prefer
If they
to
ain't got a
talk
gun,
out, but
we'll go for the talk and rob. If they got a gun,
Alright.
don't trust them.
shoot.
Where in the world is this house?
this way, I guess we're skirting it.
Apparently, it. We saw it right from the fields there. Now it's kind of gone.
Oh, not these trees and
Here we are. All right. This field.
Alright, I can start clearing left.
Stick as a group.
Yeah.
Everybody moves. Everybody moves left.
Restarts in 3 minutes. Is a dead body in there? In the barn? The big barn?
It might be in the big barn. Clearing small barn.
Yo,
Small barn's empty.
what's up?
Oh,
No,
hi,
no. What's going on?
Whoa, whoa.
Hey,
You out here
hey,
shooting? You out
hey,
here, is it you?
Who?
Was that?
Who?
Put your hands up. I don't trust you right now. Put them up.
How do I do it?
Put 'em-
Ah!
F5. F5.
F5.
F5. Perfect.
We are.
That was the great. Get in the
I
barn.
just had to eat raw food, man.
Get in the barn.
Oh no, raw food.
Oh God.
What kind of
Ew.
raw food?
Oh,
Starving.
oh,
Starving.
oh, was it meat? Like raw meat?
Like human meat?
No,
I said get over that fence and get in the
wow.
barn.
Oh,
I can't.
You gotta put
Yeah,
your
your
hands down.
hands.
There you go. There
yeah,
you
you
go.
gotta let him put his hands down there.
What? I'm sorry. It's the hunger.
It was a warning shot.
A bit
It was a warning
antsy,
shot.
yeah.
Don't say I'm seeing red.
You may get sick. You may get sick from me.
I said in the barn.
I'm trying. I can't get up.
Oh, your hands again.
It's too
You
wide.
Okay,
gotta
there
be
we go.
more
wide.
patient there, Crow.
Kill the zombie.
Oh!
No.
Okay, well, that's just a little rude.
No.
We're trying to have a conversation here. Hey, you got any ammo?
I'm fucked, you guys. I got the sickness.
Oh shit, he got some.
Yeah, I got what? Here, actually,
No,
you know what?
no, you got the sickness. You got this.
Drop your stuff. Drop your stuff.
I had to do it.
Oh.
I had pee.
No, I wanted to strip his body.
Like, I pick up Peaches, turn around. That's
I
so
didn't get a
sad.
chance to take the stuff off his body.
Hello, person.
I'm gonna murder you all.
I didn't get a chance to strip his body before
Marbles!
restart.
Oh, why did? Oh. Also, hi, Marbles.
Yeah, some guy tried to pick a fight with me, and then I was like, he kept asking where his dad was, and I was like, he went out for a pack of cigarettes. He went out for milk. He doesn't want you. And they kept trying to swing on me, and then like 2 people started walking up the road behind him. I'm like, look, there's your dad.
Okay, I have a question for you, Marbles. How would you feel about purple fog around Green Mountain?
Do it.
Not at the top part, like the top, like where we stay would be like clear, but everybody would have to come up through like a purple fog, a purple haze on the way up.
Yeah, I don't know.
Too much?
It's so gaudy and amazing.
Service up. Listen, he ate human meat. He said he was sick. I had to do him a favor.
He
I
said
feel
it was
bad.
wolf.
I feel bad though that I didn't get to like strip the body.
Look.
Thank you.
My first interaction was someone coming up to me and saying their hands were bugged, they needed to die, and I told them to kill themselves and kept going.
That's me.
What is with people running up to you just being like, "Hey, can you kill me?"
Yeah, what is that?
I felt like it was a trap because he had 2 weapons on his back. One was a gun.
Also, those couple shots I fired were not warning shots. I whiffed each shot.
You were trying to shoot him?
I was trying to shoot him and I whiffed.
How? You
So-
were like 2 feet from him.
I'm in the town with the crash plane.
We were in Tuck, which I think has the crashed plane.
Yeah, I don't see it on the map too, so it's like an unlabeled.
It's kind of it's kind of an annoying one.
Oh, that.
But we went
was a nice
we took the sign
shotgun.
south for Novi.
Oh, thank you. Anyone got a blade? We got Peaches. We can split.
Yep. I got one.
You know, I feel a little bit bad there.
I'll drop it. Oh, actually, here you go.
I really
Can of it.
I wanted to strip the body,
Perfect.
and I didn't realize we were that close.
Oh, yeah, that was a
It's
bit.
gone.
It's unfortunate.
Gung ho.
What? He said he was sick. I was doing him a favor.
That was nice of you.
All right, that's.
I'm
a
yellow
quarter.
as well. I'm yellow. If you guys
Oh, I've
I'm
been
red.
red.
have it. If you guys want to have it.
I'll grab that can up though, because that'll come in handy.
Oh, that was his. I was giving it back.
Okay, Ashling, you can have the pot of that again.
Oi.
Okay. Heard the scream again. You ready to?
I did too.
Yeah, come on, let's go clear houses. Knock knock. Anybody in the barn?
There was a dead body here.
Nope. Anything on your side? All I got was a whetstone.
There's a
357
crowbar in
ammo.
here.
You know what? I'll grab that crowbar because I need a good melee.
This one.
Nice hood. Look at that hood.
Oi. Oi, it's one of
How
my
good is that?
favorites.
It's so good.
Nice and warm.
Where'd you sit? In here?
The one I was
hood.
standing in front of.
I got it.
Alright. Clearing house.
And knock knock, coming in.
Trick
Oh,
or
that's
treat.
cool. I just killed a witch.
Did you?
The witch was wearing
Sure.
it was wearing a witch's hat and an overcoat.
That's what's screaming.
Yeah.
Clear.
Clear
Somehow people are
shit.
getting those.
No food. And
Yeah,
go on.
I got 2.
Okay, that's weird. You can equip the overcoat in the vest slot? It looks super weird because I was wearing a hoodie and it's like all clips together now.
Interesting.
I found night vision, kinda.
And knock knock. Anybody
Shotgun
home?
Shells for you, Ashley.
Oh, thank you.
It's the orange night vision.
So they took the color from the pumpkin helmet.
No, it is a pumpkin helmet.
It is a pumpkin helmet. Okay.
I think we've tapped this place.
Hey,
Another
more
one here.
more shoddy shells over here.
I might take that one. I might take that one.
Go for it.
We got a compass.
Oh. Oh,
Hey, the compass.
thank good. Oh,
and the
that's
map.
why you
What-
handed it to me. It's one of
Hey.
these feckin' ones.
All the shitty ones.
Hey, it's a shit one.
Oi.
Look at me. And then map. There you go. You're a navigator.
Oi. Oi.
Yeah,
I hate these.
So you want to go?
Alright.
Well, here's the thing. We want to go south. So that one should be pretty easy.
Oi. Well, it's all well and good when you want to walk in a straight line, but when you need, specific coordinates,
No.
these are
The-
fucking shite.
The one issue I've always had with Esseker, there's not really any hunting.
there's no animals.
Not really, no. There's some bears down in the like way down south in the zoo.
I feel so bad because I already forgot this dude's name. It was like
Gus.
Mark. Gus.
But I'm used to playing the mosque, so at least we don't have to
From
thaw
the
out the
mosque.
food.
Yeah, that's
Right.
it.
From the
Yeah.
mosque.
Oi.
Nice place.
It's not bad.
Oi.
Kind of cold, but
Hate
it's
the
nice.
cold. Cold sucks.
It's
It's always
got a-
cold.
Oh, it's got a bit of beauty about it.
Oh, there's definitely a charm.
Oh, sure, there's a child. It's always cold though.
Oi.
Oh yeah, it doesn't get warm.
Like where's my summer vibes? You know?
But I prefer the cold, honestly.
Who prefers the cold?
Well, I mean, if you think about it, at least when it's cold, you know, you can layer up. But when it's hot, you can
True.
only strip down so far.
It takes so many clothes off. Yeah, it's a fair point.
Wait. So then you're just sitting there in a puddle of your own, like, you know, sweat and miserable and.
And then you just go jump. You just go jump
mean,
in the water.
Yeah, but if you don't have any water, what do you do? What do you do?
I mean, then you. Are we talking like desert?
I don't know.
Or
Hypothetically,
say
you know?
like,
Because you know how people feel about the
Arizona.
desert.
I love it.
You know, it's sandy and it's coarse and it gets everywhere.
Oh,
I had an urge to punch you just then.
Sorry, she doesn't. Like, apparently, she doesn't like Star Trek.
It's building. Oh, do you see them lights? There's like red lights.
Is it another
through the
one?
Trees.
Where?
Some of the towns have lights in them. I
I
can see
see.
it like straight ahead where we are. Like, look,
Oi.
I'm not seeing red lights, but let's go.
this way.
Oh, you know what it
There's
was?
like an orange or red glow.
You know, I was looking at like the ground level, not up.
Alright. Are we checking it out?
Let's do it.
Why not?
Fair point.
Well, I mean, I figure we're gonna walk like 50 more feet and then drop a starvation or something. Might as well check out these spooky red lights.
Tuck is the worst spawn.
Tuck really isn't the greatest. You have more of a
Well,
survival
it's-
chance.
It's a mist, a red mist.
Totally
I'm scared.
not ominous at all.
At all.
Oh,
No.
it's gorgeous.
This is normal. Very normal.
Very normal.
Oh, it's beautiful. Oh, I can see the contrast with the moon.
Oh, that is pretty.
Is it just me? Is the moon like really big? Like,
Oh, it's a harvest moon.
harvest moon? Is that like when they come to harvest your organs?
Oh no, it's the time of the year, the best time to harvest, at
Oh.
least for your
At night.
squashes.
It's on a swivel.
Oh,
Just
Yeah,
a military
right.
base.
yeah, we're
Yeah.
at the Millie. Oh, I navigated us
Just-
here.
Oh, good work. Even with the shit compass.
Oh, yeah, totally on
You
purpose.
did it on purpose. Yes,
Oi.
100%.
All right. There's an apartment over there. The barracks. Keep your eyes out for that. There's they can get on roofs over there.
Alright, I'll follow your lead.
I think I might be in love with this.
Why do
What?
people always
That is
follow
so
me?
cool.
I think I might
The
be in
eyes
love
glow
with this.
Red. Oh my god, the eyes are glowing red. That's so good.
Yeah, no, I'm in love with it. This,
Oh,
this-
here, let me put it on. Have you seen it? Let me put it on. I'll show you.
that is amazing. I love it. Oh, yeah, it's so good.
So good. So good.
Oh, it's so good. I'm so gonna die with this now.
Worth it though.
There is a plague mask, and the eyes are red. You need a bit of bag? There's one down here.
Ah, you're sporting a handsome ass there, Crow.
No, right? How good is it?
It's one of them plague masks, but the eyes are all blood red.
There's a AK here. Anybody wants to hold on to that? No clip.
Oh, I need this bag.
Well, I can single load it.
That's something. There's plenty of gun cleaning kits as well.
I noticed that when we came in here, like there was a lot.
There's 2 on the ground
Alright.
down here. Yeah.
Well, I picked one up.
Well, we can single load 2 different guns. Oh, we got dead.
He could have food on him.
Do we want to go loud? Do we want to try to like lure him in? You get a water bottle there.
Spot in about 3.
We can take them. I mean, I don't think we need to go loud.
I think it's best we melee this.
Yeah, yeah. With you.
Oh, there's 4.
Give him to come back. Oh, it's alright. There's 3 of us. Nice.
There we are.
Bleeding.
Yeah, bandages. For rags.
Yeah, I'm
Alright, good.
Oh, if you need a rags, I got like 3 stacks.
Yeah, I got a few. Got some bandages. Is there food anywhere here? Is this all like bill stuff?
Sometimes you can find canned bacon,
Check
but
the bags. Yeah, there's
I'm
also
not seeing any.
couple good backpacks.
A salt backpack here.
That sucks. I'm gonna starve to death.
We're getting close to that too.
A zombie on somebody.
I have a can of food on me, but I have no way to open it. No, I take that back. I'm gonna bash it open with the pipe wrench.
Do it.
Do that? I had no idea.
Bottom cleared. How's top looking, Gus?
I use pretty much any tool.
Oh, I haven't gone up top yet.
Okay. There's a standardized suppressor there. Either one of you can use it.
Not yet.
Not me. We've got a dead one with a vest on down here if anyone wants.
Plate.
Not really me style.
There's pouches too.
There's a
Oh, I got some beans. What's everybody doing?
Saints be praised.
yeah, good.
Gus, you're the one still. Who has the can opener?
Oh, I do.
Yep.
All right.
Oh.
Hey, there's an ump here. Bunch of rounds. Yeah, drop
Wait.
that box of rounds there. Ump there.
I've got it.
Oh, did you get the extra rounds? There's a whole box right here.
There you go. Yeah, I'll grab them when they're out of there.
Oh, I got it. Yeah. I'll be right in the
I'll
hallway.
drop the can opener on the ground if you got it.
Shit, where'd you drop it? Here?
Unless Ashley picked it up.
No.
Alright. 45s are on the
Fall to
ground.
the floor.
I get it.
Oh my god, the plague mask looks so cool.
Synchronized stomach gurgling.
Like a chorus of very sad things.
Alright, everybody's eating, right?
Like
That
pork
suppressor
chop-
still around?
Yeah, bottom of the stairs.
Oh wait, you don't know. I picked it up here.
Oh, it doesn't work on the never. Grab it back. Thought it worked on the. G.
All right, that's me quarter.
You can take the suppressor back. I thought it was gonna fit on my gun. Did you have food already, Crow?
I did, yeah.
Alright. You have some of the Sprite?
I did,
Well,
yeah,
he
because
did that,
I
he-
dropped it for you guys.
Alright. Just making sure.
All right, time to move.
Yeah, we're all topped up and looking pretty. You guys check these other buildings over here?
Not
No,
yet.
we haven't gone around. It's
What's
like a
that?
flashlight, like that face mask.
Hey, you just always know where I am. Yeah, nothing back
We
there.
are so gonna starve. I don't even know what milli we're at.
I've been here. I know this Millie. Anything over there?
No, empty. Just
Nah.
a
Yeah, I
piece
ran the
of
wrong
paper.
way.
Okay. Let's go
Oh,
up.
no man's land.
We'll go up this fence right here. Circle back to the road.
Well, south is this way. Oh, he already took off a bit bull-headed, that one.
Alright.
I'm not trying to go south. I want to go take that. If you take that road right there that leads out of here, take it east and then go south.
Oi,
They'll put you on a main road. At the end of the road, there should be a like a broken down house.
I don't understand how your brain works, Banaynay.
How I
Like,
know
he's-
exactly where I am.
Yeah, like he's spitting off directions.
oh, so you know east is that way. Where I'm facing.
Maybe I'm wrong. It's fine. Unless I got two militaries that look exactly the same.
Well, I'm in for it.
I'm
Really
pretty.
digging your mask, Crow.
It is kind of cool. I gotta get another
Like how
hat
the
though.
eyes glow.
I gotta get a different hat though.
Yeah.
Like like one of the ones either you're wearing or the one that Ashling has.
This or the hood. Yeah, the hood would be good. That with the hood on.
Oh, aye. Oh,
Extra
yeah, that's
spooky.
match. Right, perfect.
We gotta find some more of these. If this is what I'm thinking of though, down this way, it's a popular road to take down to this little dead-end military.
Okay, because we're running west right now.
I mean, but I may have been east-west wrong versus like I know where this road goes out to.
Is that the vest you were talking about? One you're wearing?
Oh no, there was another. It was an assault one. Nobody went
Alright.
down and grabbed it up though.
It's alright.
Because I know this
We've
road
got lights
is up.
ahead.
Are they moving lights or just lights?
Oh, it's static lights.
Lights.
Oh,
I'm by a bridge now.
Glow stick?
that's a really
Fire?
Marbles might know what I'm talking about. There's like a road. It's a dead-end road you take down. There's like a little military spot. But like the end of the road has like a broken down, like one of the broken down houses.
I mean, it sounds familiar, but that doesn't mean I can help.
No, but I'm saying that's where we are. I'm really surprised you're running without your gun out.
There's people there.
People in the light?
Yeah, yeah. I can see people running around. On the right side?
Yeah,
They
they,
just ran into the center of the light, I guess.
yeah, they went right to left. I didn't see movement after that.
Watch out for zombies on left. Tiger.
I just porked a witch.
You would.
She literally had a piece of pork on her.
It's a huge pyre. I feel like they might be friendly. It does look like a ritual. It's a huge pyre.
Those aren't people.
Is it zombies aggroing?
Yeah, that's a zombie.
That's a zombie.
I can't see where the line is.
Hey, he had a piece of pork on him.
Nice. Hey, moving up.
Zombie.
Should have jammed.
Oh, spooky. It's very spooky.
I see a red fall.
I got movement. Movement on my left. Love the zombie.
That. Oh, you're just chewing through your ammo. Dead.
Shit. Let me see where she dropped. I got a raw steak. Oh, they have the pyres going, like the Halloween event pyres.
Yeah,
Hi,
they just killed
look at that, a hat.
There's
Another
a
hat
there.
for you, Crow.
Oh shit, you got a hat?
There's a nose in there as well. If one of you wanted that.
I think that's a bit gauche.
Oh yeah.
What? What's
And
wrong with the
some giant
nose?
heads in the mountain.
I mean, not every witch
Actually, it
has,
makes
you
sense now
know.
why they equipped the
nose
possess
like
slot,
that.
because zombies don't have a normal shirt slot, so they altered it to make the witch
I thought
zombies.
that was like part of being a witch.
It's all about, you know, what you do and how you act, not how you look.
Oh,
Witch in the woods?
Hey, we've got us a candy bar off that one.
a rotten apple.
I think we can
Right,
cook at
so we
this.
got a bit off track.
Okay, can we cook with this fire?
No idea. None of us have a blade, I.
Right, I got a blade.
Got a knife.
I got 2 knives. Yeah, I'll give you
We could
actually I'll give you
try
one
to
knife.
sharpen a stick, but
I mean, I got 1 piece of meat. It's not exactly no.
well, it's the same here, but it could be enough to tide us over till we get to, you know, where we need to go. That's a no-go.
Shit. Yeah, can you hold on to this? You making room?
Right.
Alright, let's get back down to that road. Okay, we're not We're not super far from the next town, but if we get down there, we're gonna be hurting.
You know, we're still headed west.
And then we take that road, we should be going south.
Well, this road, it's facing... That road is going west.
So here's Tuck. And we came down a little side millie. Alright, so do we wanna... Shit.
Need
East?
to get
East and
more
south?
east, yeah. Oi. So east actually would be
This way. So east
this
and...
way.
Oh, I got a
I
heat
mean,
buff
if we-
from the fire though.
Oh, yeah.
Oh yeah, it's quite warm.
Well, it's, you know, it's one positive to come out of that. Also, if we pick up another straggler, I got another hat.
Oh, that's
That's
good.
important.
But we form in some sort of coven then.
Yeah, sure, why not? When in Rome, you know. Yeah, gunshot over there in the
Aye,
my left side.
right to our left. Oh, the good news is it's right where we're going.
You know, I don't know about your definition of good news.
I like
Really,
it.
you know, it's just being
The more
positive.
people, the better.
We should start cutting corners versus running directly on the road. Save us
Well,
some
at
time.
this point, I'm gonna start cutting people.
Hey, who you cutting?
Then people we find, because listen, I'm hungry.
I think he's dreaming about long pork there.
Oh.
Listen, it's us or them, right?
Oh, yeah,
Don't I want the
100%.
giggles?
I don't know if I
what
want to
that does
eat them
to your
though.
brain.
Yeah.
Hey, the giggles are fine. Who doesn't want the little giggles, you know?
No, but isn't it sort
Like,
of
I want to
like
giggle
calming-
myself. I don't want like
Are you guys still in the
uncontrollable
military?
giggles. Yeah. Could laugh
We
at the most
left.
inappropriate time.
We're headed west now when you hit the main road.
Are we heading east?
Oh, because I'm at a little military and I just saw 2 people. I wasn't sure if it was you.
No.
Ooh, no.
Did you go through red fog?
Yeah.
Okay, yeah. So we're heading east. We went to the end of the road and like we left where the guard shack is from there. End of the road. And then
Yeah, well, if
made
I
a
go
right.
that way, I have to go towards the people with guns.
You could cut through the wood part.
House is up here. So none of these.
Aye, this may be where we heard them shots.
So was that you firing your gun a little while ago?
If you heard like 4 or 5 shots, yeah.
Oh, you were
Just
actually
walk up in a
super
big
close to
open
me when I
field.
went this way.
We just went in a huge fucking circle. We just hit this up. Look at that. There's the barn
It's
where
the same one.
it's the same one. Because we were going
Oh,
we were going
you didn't
west.
want to listen to
but
what
we
I
should
was.
have been going. No, don't ever listen to Crow. Like we need to go west.
You just brought us back here.
Well, look, we can respawn. Like stuff would have respawned. So maybe there's food. You know. Maybe.
Listen, you're taking us straight out to no man's land. We would have starved.
Well, do you want to choose the gunshot instead?
Well, I kind of do. I'm kind of right proper pissed right now. But
It's right there.
mighty close. All right. Well, I
do you
mean, we're
wanna
half
try-
starved as it is. Yeah.
Listen, if I'm gonna stop it, then I'm going out with a fight.
Oi.
We're heading towards a bunch of those gunshots.
Yeah, I'm dead. These gun mechanics are fucking retarded.
Is it? That's the legacy.
This isn't back where we were, is
It's
it?
bad. It
It's just
doesn't
another
make
red line.
sense.
This is like the 6
So
foot
I
2.
emptied an entire mag of fucking Deagle like straight into his chest, and he's alive with the fucking repeater.
We did run in a circle. Though I'm pretty sure when you leave the end of that road, he turned the way I thought it was.
my health is starting to drop.
And then you take that
So,
road,
Balls to wall?
and it leads like you can find your way going southern. Because I've left that place a lot.
Hi there, Gus. It's been an honor being a part of your coven. I'm thinking I'm starting to starve to death.
We got this.
Not if we get some of that long pork.
I think we're looping right back to that Millie.
There we are. That's exactly what's up here.
There's some gunshots though.
I knew I shouldn't have listened to you, Banaynay. I knew it.
No, hold on. We decided to change our directions and go in the directions you said.
Because the further east we're going, the further to no man. There are no buildings out east.
All I know is I've exited this place going that direction before.
We're just rolling up with like stomachs growling.
Most likely they're going to be in the
I
barracks.
don't see zombie aggro.
Because they're not there in here. They just killed marbles.
I died in the woods. I wasn't in the military area.
Is that Gus up in the tower? Looks like him.
Gus is behind us. So that's somebody we want to kill.
There's somebody up in the tower. They just left the tower.
Get him.
So I spawned next to a survivor. I knocked them out and stole their apple.
Got him.
It. There's one
Just in front
down.
of that building there. In it.
Oh, hello?
Is that you firing?
Yeah.
Down guy in the ghillie.
Alright, I'm running that way.
At me.
Yeah, the guy that killed me wasn't wearing a ghillie.
I killed
Oh my
one
god.
of them, and then
Hey,
inside the bunker, and then he opened the door. He has an auto.
Is that not Gus that's fighting them?
It
Right,
should be.
Yeah, kaka, yeah.
Right.
Shit.
Our PID is so fucked with this.
I got sniped. I turned around to answer Gus, got killed.
Oh no, I'm stuck in that bug where like I can't get out of walking. Like I can't.
Double tap. Did you double tap your key? Are you moving normal?
Oh, thank God, thank you.
RP walking.
Yeah, you know. Oh God, I think I got the exact same spawn.
Well, I just heard a gunshot, so.
Yeah, I good shots. I got the same spawn. I hate this spawn. I'm thinking of just killing myself. Hey, Dougal, how you doing?
Alright. Got a knife and a bunch of ammo, no gun.
Poor Gus. He was such a good fighter. He went down swinging like us.
You got Tuck again?
I got-
believe I'm at the spawn near Tuck.
I got resort. I didn't even know this was a spawn choice.
I'm stupidly running towards like pistol fire but I don't have anything on me, so I don't care.
Nothing there. Nothing.
That Gus guy was such a good team player, too. Like, I was expecting any second to get just blown away by him.
I got confused though at the end there when he ran in, since I didn't know who was shooting at you and where he was, and then he like backed off, and like then I saw you get up and then get shot again. I'm like what's going on here?
Because when I ran in, Gus was behind me.
Were you inside or outside?
I was outside.
Okay, that's what I thought. I saw you get up and I'm like, he calls my name, and I turn to look at him, and then I get shot from the opposite side.
It's just with this darkness too, and everyone wearing like the same stuff, it's so hard.
As if you remember PID.
I'm gonna have to just rely on like constant directional awareness or something.
I see a sign. Tuck is that way.
Oh wait, I see a sign too. I may not be in Tuck. I may not be a Tuck.
You know, this resource spot's actually kind of nice because you get a well.
Oh, that'd be lovely. Nope, I lied. I'm in Tuck. God damn it.
We'll head that way then.
Marbles, isn't Tuck the place that I killed you?
I don't know, I just remember it was a piano house.
Yeah.
Oh, there's no food here. This place is, I feel like this is like almost like a cheat location. Get a well and hunting. Friction. Even if you top load a gun, you can jam.
Yay, I talked to somebody, another freshie, and try to punch me out or make inappropriate it was nice.
Yeah, but you spoke, so he was like, I can't hurt her.
But I'm speaking in Ashling voice. That's the most pug.
I have a Santa beard. I am now Santa during Halloween.
What is this, Night Before Christmas now?
Well, we know how this is gonna go then. Where's Oogie Boogie?
I made it to Tuck.
I mean, we can make a backhead. That's kind of what Oogie Boogie is, right?
But if I find you, you want to run on with the baghead, be Oogie Boogie and Santa Claus. No food. Darn.
Down, Gus.
Really?
Yeah. He
Nice.
said there were 4. So we took out 3, and there was like one last one that got him.
Is it because he used me as bait?
I don't know. I didn't ask him because they started talking to this guy in a ghost suit, and the guy was like, come check out this room, and one guy said, there's a lot of human meat in there, and I just left. I didn't want any part of that. I kind of got absorbed into the group Gus just like wrangled together. We're leaving Tuck.
But I just got here.
I'm leaving the resort. I'm gonna head west. I might actually be able to run into you. You know, the funny thing is, if you look at the in-game map, you can find Tuck, but it's not on like Zam or iSurvive. At least the name isn't. The town is, just it's not labeled as a name.
Is there a well here that you know of?
There is a well. I am so directionless without a compass. Or a sun. There is a well. It's at a barn on the outskirts.
Well, I heard a shot.
So did I. I'm at a crossroads.
That might have been the one that killed me.
Could be it, because the sign I'm looking at heads towards Tuck. Or if I can go down near Log Esseker.
I know what signage you're at.
That crossroads.
Uh-huh. It's more like a T intersection though, isn't it?
Oh, wait, you're right. It is a T. Yeah, I'm gonna start heading down towards like the Log Esseker one.
That leads towards the red fog.
That is true. It is a side road. If you happen to see me, I am running a witch's hat and a Santa's beard. Hey, how's it going? Okay, really? Oh, son of a, really? Want some water?
That's right, really. Oh, I guess you don't need brown hunter pants.
No, I didn't shit myself. I was like, I'm gonna die. Here I am drinking water and someone's gonna pop me in the face.
Yeah, I came out right when you were drinking too, right?
You did. I was like, oh, well, this is it. This is the run. Like, so much for Santa giving away presents.
Nice beard.
Thank you. Yeah. You know, I've been out here for a while. Really grew in. Show my age, though.
I don't have a single gray hair. I don't know what's up with you.
Hey, you know, those 30s were rough.
We're still in our 30s. What do you mean they were rough?
I mean, that's what I mean, the rough. Hey, do you have any pistol mags?
Yeah, for
M-Lock? 22?
Oh, I have CR.
That shit.
Hide and then just circle back to Tuck.
I mean, I have a revolver and I have a repeater, and I
Where
have
the
no ammo
gunshots
for
are
it.
coming from?
You need 357, right?
Yeah.
I don't know. What's the 308?
I mean, I just hold on to it. Not that this ammo's gonna do me any good,
think I'm
because
gonna talk
apparently
again.
you shoot like shit over here.
Well, I'm running an M-Lock and a 22, and I'm single loading each one.
So you know what? Here, take the CR mag. I mean, it's got 9 bullets in it.
Also, we totally got off the main road.
It's right there.
Oh.
Okay, yep, I was able to peel away. All right, headed back to Tuck, where the gunshots are coming from.
I ran into Marbles, so I thought he was gonna murder me.
Are you in Tuck or no? You're in that like primo spawn.
Well, I left the resort. We're heading down south now.
And
Fox
Dougal, you said you had a
762.
blade.
No, I died, so I don't got nothing.
Okay, I got a can of spaghetti. That we can like
I have-
yeah, as we starve to death.
I have 2 blades.
Oh,
Well, I don't know where you guys are.
that house where we said when you were like we got turned around.
Dougal, are you hearing those shots?
Yes.
I'm trying to plot out like where we can meet up and just how are they finding this much ammo?
Loot spawning super fast.
I had 3 boxes of 7.62 when I died.
So, this is not the road we want to take, is it?
Well, that road leads to the shitty military.
That it does. That it does.
Dougal, are you sprinting from a house?
So do we want to do that, or do we want to go down the
Near the plane crash now.
other road?
I mean,
Oh, by the main road.
I don't-
Okay,
I don't
I'll
know.
try to get there.
I got a compass.
The
You want a
one that's,
compass?
like on the opposite end of town.
Yeah.
That's like, hey, you entered
that's,
us.
I don't know where we're going, so it's not gonna help me.
Yeah, I think
Do,
so.
do you trust me more with
I
a compass?
See the plane crash.
I mean, it's fine.
All right. So where was the road that we got off of?
And I have something for you that'll help us recognize one another much better.
But you want to go back to the main road? Like, that's the road you're talking about, isn't it? The T intersection, this going towards log/Esseker.
Oh, then yeah. Okay, so Marbles and I are back on the road where we ended up like getting turned around and back at that place, and now going in the other direction. Which is also going to put us right next to that Millie. But they have rifles.
And I can give you a couple rounds of repeater if you want to try your luck with the repeater.
Sure.
Banaynay, I don't know what direction anything is, because it's dark. I don't have sun. I don't have a compass. Puck isn't on the...
If I find the part of the town that, oh, there's another well here. There's another one in town more with a lot of people around it.
Here, grab the other round. You'll have two, I'll have three.
Make them count. I just realized that I should probably brain my OBS a little bit because we're on a dark map. Which means for you guys, it's probably actually a little hard to see right now.
There's the red's over there.
Red is dead, as we've learned.
I think a guy's just out here just freshly killing people and dogs.
Most likely, yeah. Until somebody goes up there and then kills him.
And I'm pretty sure there's one of those bonfires dead ahead.
There should be, yeah, because that's where we came down and we're like, we needed to go this road, but I'm like, no, we needed to go that way.
If it's the summer camp, then I know what direction we have to meet up with Dougal and Marbles. If this dude points us out where it's at.
Well, we're on that road where on the the bonfire was.
Nothing is worse than starving to death with like canned food in your inventory.
This road should take us to that crossroad.
You good?
Yeah.
Man, piece of meat. Another piece of meat. I can't grab it though.
I got it.
All right, that's 3 pieces of meat.
Reminds me of Left 4 Dead when you startle the witch.
Me too. Only like these are really easy, and the Left 4 Dead witches were freaking awful.
Alright, we're going down the road still? We're not going towards the military, right?
Exactly, yeah. I don't know if we really want to push our luck there. If you guys have a hard time seeing it all, do let me know, and I'll turn up the brightness a little bit on like OBS's side for you guys. Because on my monitor, I can see pretty decently.
Purple fog coming up.
There's a bus right here.
Is that a jack?
Yeah, put it on your head.
Hell,
Does this
glow
guy actually
though.
think I'm from Ireland?
Maybe.
Hey, you want a powdered milk or a tomato?
Tomato. You probably need the milk more than I do.
Hey, come here.
Here's that crossroads though.
I don't know what the crossroads mean.
The T junction.
The sign that says a couple different towns.
Yeah, and you want to head towards Esker Lug.
There's a house and a couple hunting tables.
We'll make it.
So you have food and no knife?
Yes.
No.
And my health is already dropping.
No melee weapon. No melee at all.
Nope.
I know we're not that far ahead. We could stop and wait for him to catch up.
We have food we could cook. We could try to get in there and cook it. Because I don't have any. Oh, I do have a knife though. We could actually run back. I do have a knife to open up their food.
I have a knife and a machete.
There we go. All right, we'll head back up the road then. Let me know when you guys.
Are so freshy rich.
Let me know when you guys are like probably getting close to the bonfire.
We're coming up on that barn where you killed the guy before reset, who probably had like all the loot.
So you're gonna want to keep.
Like,
you can check that place out for some things, but then keep going down the road where we were going originally.
yeah. And we're gonna have to hit this up because like it's bad.
Then you might even find the knife in there.
Something to bust this can open.
I got a crowbar if we don't find nothing better.
I mean that'll do it.
Luckily, because we went this direction, we lost the other guy that was running with us because he was like,
You lost Gus?
Resort. No, Gus was. I peeled away from Gus because he kept like collecting people, and I was getting like socially uncomfortable, and I just dipped.
Gotcha.
And they started yelling like, Ashley, oh, where'd she disconnected? I'm just like hiding in a bush, like.
Hey, what's up?
Dougal.
I'm gonna take a piss in this bush real
Just
quick.
take a moment.
Oh yeah.
Oh, what?
Go for it.
Does anyone else get like a little bit annoyed finding those stupid pieces of like an Enduro helmet?
Okay, that should help you guys out a bit. A little bit closer to probably what I'm seeing. Less grainy though, on my end. See, I try to like, I bring those numbers down super low.
Alright, I'm good.
Alright. Like on our server.
Seriously, bless you for it.
Because who runs them? Like in 1600 hours of DayZ, maybe one person has run a full like Enduro helmet.
Are we talking about getting rid of things like, you know, hockey helmet, bicycle?
Who wears them?
I'm sorry, skate helmet.
Yeah, skate helmet, hockey helmet.
I mean, Marbles, you have what? I think double my hours. How many people have you run into that wear them?
No one. See, it's one of those things that, like, even if you go into, like, normal servers where there's, like, PvP, people still don't really pick them up to wear. They'll find a motorcycle helmet and put it on instead if they want head protection.
I mean, even, like, Dougal. How many people have you ever run into wearing those?
Just me.
Just yourself?
You have not. I've never seen you.
I used to wear it on the quad.
Oh.
You were.
Well, that's a bike helmet, like a motorcycle
You're talking
helmet.
about a motorcycle helmet, right?
Or were you actually wearing the
Nah.
Enduro?
I wear the Enduro one. Until I found that skull one, and then I started wearing the skull one.
Okay.
Then
So-
I got shot with the skull one, so then I stopped wearing the helmet, because...
So we have one person. We have found one person.
Yeah, but he only said he will put it on because the quad.
It was situational.
I know.
We're bringing back the quads, so...
I know.
Those still have motorcycle
Randy
helmets.
insisted on wearing a motorcycle helmet on the quad, as did his alt.
Well, that's
Okay, that's motorcycle helmet.
Yeah.
He's not talking about getting that. He's talking about the Enduro helmet.
just the Enduros, the dirt bike helmets.
No, never, ever, ever. Oh wait, I think I did spot somebody from S Knight's group sporting one.
But would it be missed? That and the hockey helmet. Would those items be missed?
No,
I would argue the Enduro helmet maybe would be more valuable than the hockey. Like, I don't...
True.
Like, you could retexture the Enduro helmet and make it look good for someone who would want to wear it. But the hockey one, even if it's retextured, it still looks stupid.
It's still just a hockey helmet.
Yeah, you can make some cool Enduro helmets.
We probably could, actually.
oh, with like, the visors could have like silly eyes painted on them or creepy eyes.
Because they come in, what, 2 or 3 pieces?
3 pieces.
This is 3 pieces. It's like a shitty white helmet.
But you can choose
What?
like which pieces you want to wear. Like you can wear just like top and
Yeah.
bottom, no visor.
Yeah.
I mean,
So, and basically, we're running down that same road past like the barn, like.
So you're here in the shops, right?
Yeah.
It's not us. We just hear them as well.
is that
We're
Mar-
near the bonfire.
Marbles? Do you see somebody moving down the road? 2 people. Are you guys?
One wiggling.
Yeah.
Are you in the guy? If you guys are in the wood, like the actual road.
Oh, there's the bonfire. Okay, it takes a while for the light to kick in on my side.
You know, we could have just totally
But
murdered
we
them from
opened
right
our
here.
Food. We had to and eat it, and
Oh,
I'm
we still can.
Just
not
bang
gonna-
bang. Do we,
But you know what? It's whatever.
so you guys go into the bonfire? We're like way
Why
down the
would you
road.
guys yeah. Should we not or? Oh,
Keep going down the road and running us.
okay.
As soon as they get close, we should just run out and then like
Yeah, I'll just
like
keep
big-
running
it's
with you
hold
guys,
up.
and when I eventually die, you could just eat me.
I don't want to say it. You should just know what I'm thinking. Dude,
Cannibalism?
no.
Well, what is your guys' food situation at?
I'm white, not full white. I'm like 3/4.
See, it had nothing to do with the food situation. It was more like that
Food.
last line and, you know, me twisting words. Gutter-minded.
Oh, dude.
Ding 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 ding.
No! What I meant, like, you know,
You guys are stopping at a really kind of a risky spot there.
Dougal just, the loot took over him.
Had to check it for food.
That's where the Millie
Why are
guys
you
come out.
wearing a cowboy hat?
Did you
I
just
hear
ask?
a deer.
Did you just ask Dougal why he's carrying a cowboy hat?
Because I already found him his black one though. He's already wearing his hat. I mean, it's not the lofty 46 or 47.
The hat's got a
Put him
mousy
up! Put him
outfit,
up! It's a
so-
robbery! Bang bang! Get dead.
I have to look at my notes.
Alright,
Hands up and pants off.
good. I can do one or the other. You know, it's kinda
No,
hard to-
no! You gotta keep your hands up while you take the pants off.
Yeah,
But
you gotta
that-
wiggle your hips.
Yep. There you go. He got it.
trying.
He got it. He's doing the wiggle.
Alright, let's go.
Yeah, let's-
We don't want to
Wait.
stand around too long.
Not right here. This is bad.
Found a bat with nails.
Nice.
Nice.
I got me fist.
I may want to wear a pumpkin and be a giant beacon
Oh no,
of
please
light.
don't carry that. Don't, no.
Oh, you put it on your head. Night vision.
Like, I got this hat though.
I got an M-lock. You want an M-lock?
Oi.
I have brown hunter pants.
Oh, that'd be for Dougal.
Either one of you need a 308?
I've got nothing but this pistol.
5.56? I got two.
Yeah,
Turn
that's
around
not
the
true.
9mm.
Because you know what you got? You got a hunter knife right there on the road.
Shotty ammo? You
Oh, look at that.
me running a shotgun? Is this a sporter?
Oi. I'll take it. I've got a sporter. I forgot. I have one. Oh, there it is. Thank you for the, the weapons and, the bone.
We got a Mosin rail mount.
A Mosin rail mount?
Yeah.
Probably allows for the modded scopes to go on to the Mosin.
With the rail mount, so it should be like the rail scopes, like the M4 scopes.
Because I think that mod allows for some like kind of ridiculous scopes. Like longer than a hunting. Thought you guys ate.
Well, when we busted up
We
the
did, but not
here-
enough.
Yeah, it took out like a quarter. I ate a quarter and then gave Dougal
Hey,
the rest.
we're taking the bus real quick.
Them purple lights usually mean a town,
I
oi.
like a green.
Oh, Dougal. Dougal.
Yeah.
You've got a bandana. Do you want a solid green one?
Oh, I got an up. You got drugs.
I think I like the camel one.
Right.
So I'm
So-
assuming like the purple is the town and red is Millie then?
Also, I was right about the overcoat. The green one will not go in the vest slot, so they did alter it just so they could put on zombies. The black one with the witches.
Yeah.
Does anyone want a green overcoat?
Right.
So now?
If nobody else wants it, I'll take it.
You don't like the one you're in? I'll trade you.
Double
Maybe
overcoat.
he wants to wear two.
He's still. Oh no! Hold on. No, I'm not gonna. Take the man's coat. I mean, he's warm. You're warmer than the molsk.
Hey, Dougal, do you want the rest of the soda pop?
Can you imagine actually doing that on the molsk? Having like 2 overcoats on.
Oh, you'd be so toasty, but that, like, the kid from A Little Christmas Story, like, really, like, you can't move because it's so layered.
You just need the spacesuit on, then you're warm.
I'm working on it. I'm working on it.
Yeah, but then you run out of like inventory room.
Yeah, there's no space in there.
2 of those jackets you're wearing, that's actually a decent amount of inventory.
Even storing it, isn't it, like, a stupid huge?
42 slots.
To store it,
Yeah. Takes up 42 slots.
fits up like almost a whole, like regular bag.
No, it's not 42 slots. It has an inventory of 42. It's not actually.
It's 4x5,
Oh, 4x5. Okay. It's
so 20 slots.
Oh, I was only like throw that if I was to put the suit in my bag, and it was to take up that much room. But cool.
But it's the only shirt that won't look stupid with the vest.
If we come across a yellow.
You know what would be funny? If going into something like pink purple like smoke right here would give you like the Kuru laugh. Like you'd get the giggles while you're in it. Then it would like you'd stop giggling when you left it.
The purple haze.
Exactly. Like you just as soon as you walk in, you're like you basically breathing in like, you know, weed.
It would be actually really funny. Like no stealthing at all. Just
Well, we're entering a town, so you know, stay frosty.
Yeah, is this Lug? I'm guessing we're coming to Lug.
Yeah, it would have to be.
I hate this town. This is where I killed marbles, and this is where we struggled to get out of it for so long. We
'Cause you-
kept like spawning here.
You gotta go south down a squiggly road. And then you can get down to
like we
like
need
Goulash.
Really stick together because our PID is just fucked right now. Like it's all the same.
I'm in all brown. Besides the hat.
It's also really hard to. I would
can't
say
see
at least.
color.
I would say maybe at least they buddied up, minimum.
Oh, Dougal, where are you at? I found strawberry jam in a chocolate bar.
Found some liver pate. By Red House.
Hey, good job catching me.
Yeah, no problem.
Dougal found a BK. So overall in the group so far, what do we need for ammo? Shotgun shells.
I'm using 357.
Oh, I have some on me.
Oh man.
And I'm assuming you guys stuck to the left side?
Alright, I got it.
We have armbands too now.
So which in the town center?
When we run into you guys, we have pink armbands.
I'm going the double red now.
I think they hit this side.
I'm in a church.
Take me to church.
church. That is a good song, and it's one of those churches you can't get into.
There's a full brown hunter set in the hunting store.
Oh, yeah. Oh,
Hey, come here, come here.
marbles.
Oh, come here. There. Eat some of that.
I took 2 of the 357. You take the other 2.
Go ahead and take it. I found some extra.
Can I, the rest for Dougal?
There you go for it.
Here, eat up. I'll take this one.
So do we want to kind of keep moving like straight just through Lug, try to get down into Esseker?
Here's, let me take this. Found a second one.
I think I'm down for that.
Wait,
do you guys
McDougal,
think?
are you armed?
He's got 2. One left,
Anyone
right.
want to know?
Left, right.
Yeah, but do you have any 7.62 rounds? Because I had a box.
No, I don't.
Oh, yeah, here.
Sorry, here, I'm dropping 10 rounds. Did you get the rounds?
Incoming.
Yeah.
We don't want to finish looting like over there. We just want to keep going.
Well, you get down into like this city and it's a bunch of houses.
And a bunch of death. But yeah, I'm down for that.
Is this the right road to go down?
Now we're in.
You're either gonna go towards Goulash, but if you end up going eastern, you'll be past area, which we don't want to go.
Wait, we're in Kula?
We're in Lug.
Oh yeah, so we'd want to go like south and then east. But we don't have a compass to tell. Oh yeah, I got a compass!
So this would be the southern road. It's
Oh,
like
yeah,
the southwest road, but
What we can do is straight south. We don't have to follow the road. Hit up Goulash and then go to Esker Industrial. That's where we'd be entering from, which is super dangerous.
do we really want to go off road?
If somebody else had the compass, I'd be more confident.
Like I'm okay with you going down, like going on the road. Following you south. And then just sticking to the road to bring us to our missing one.
Sorry, I looted real quick and I found a box of 22s, so yay. Do any of us have like a hunting rifle of sorts in case we hear deer?
They got a repeater.
Yes, the BK-18.
Well,
Marbles could probably take it down with a revolver.
I doubt we'll hear any more animals. I mean, that was the first fucking deer I heard in ages, and of course, we had nothing on us.
Here,
Uh,
you
Dougal.
can have of this.
Hey.
You want some Coca-Cola?
I'm not gonna say no to that. At least you're not spiting me.
Hey, well, how about some chocolate? Dessert's good.
I feel like you're trying to fatten me up.
It's coming across that way, oi.
I mean, I ate half of everything.
Oh, do you see the green?
I see that green. Jinx, double jinx, no jinx back. You owe me soda pop. I forgot how it goes.
Well, I already drank the soda pop, so you're gonna have to wait on that one.
I don't know, pinch poke, you owe me a Coke.
Pinch poke.
You've never heard that one?
No.
Well, we can definitely skip through here because we know where the green leads to.
Death?
Probably. It's gonna be a contaminated zone. We just don't know it yet.
Is that Dougal? We'll just run through it. We'll be fine.
That will be fine.
It is.
Just be a couple witches in there.
Oh my god, I hear a chicken. I hear a chicken, you guys.
That's a bad sign, because that means someone had to be here long enough for it to spawn. So someone's around.
I still have that.
Oh.
I still have that meat to cook up to. Hey, anybody got room for another solar kit?
Oi. Oh, your brother's gotcha.
Bag of rice, a liver pate, and Coke inside.
What?
Which building you in?
The one you guys didn't. Oh, also 357 rounds.
Anyone want? And a poncho? Anyone want to rock a poncho instead of a witch hat?
What color?
Checkered one.
Ew, no.
Okay. But anyone want to?
And by checkered, she means red.
Digging like the zombies coming out of the mist.
Anyone want a serial killer starter pack?
So it's like duct tape, crowbar, knife.
Wow, it's a Jason Mask and a Freddy shirt. On that one zombie.
Oh, I just found one too like that. Two like that.
I like that. That's awesome.
On a backpack?
Yes. And it's purple.
Color is it?
Purple.
Yay. Oh, we've got a well back here. Folks wanna like drink up.
Is it kind of like tucked in the corner here, isn't it?
It's by the stores.
There's a worn M-lock here.
Oh, look at the fancy boy here with his water bottle.
And my brother gave it to me.
Found a new hat.
And I got another one.
You have it, Noodle?
I thought about putting it on as well. After a little conversation.
Never see anybody wear it. And Never just starts wearing them.
My favorite hat, I just never find it.
My next character's name is gonna be like Indo Hamat.
There's a police station right down the road if you want to hit that up.
We absolutely do.
You know,
I wish our characters knew how to drink faster.
Oh,
You know
there's a
you-
shamog. Anyone wants a white shamog? I'm gonna keep the bandages.
Oh, right.
I think I was actually just looking at a mod that turned the moon red. And I was like thinking like if people would actually like that.
I'd love it.
Thing is it's always red.
I would love it. Yeah.
Just our server having a permanent red moon.
Yes. I don't see a problem with it. I mean, others may find
Hey, what
it
about right here?
gaudy.
NPC jacket.
Oh my
There is
God,
one of
we're
you in the
rolling.
market.
It's a double barrel in the hunter store.
Yeah, I'm filling up the water bottle.
I was just checking if I saw a zombie run to the door. And knock anybody home?
The door, I don't go.
Anyone have duct tape?
I might.
I might have a hunter backpack.
I do. Where are you at? Are you by police?
I'm in police.
He's in the store.
Damn, I'm giving the bag to McDougal because he's usually the one that wears a hunting bag.
It's the tape.
Also, I have 2 gun cleaning kits on me if anyone needs one.
I don't know if my guns are worth cleaning.
Anyone want my improvised bag?
Yeah. Ashley.
Oh. Don't look like they'd keep the hands very warm, do they? How do they look?
They look pretty good.
Oi.
See?
Oh, yeah, got
See?
yourself a pair. Oi. Knuckles.
Well, no, these are like
Oh,
the
those are
wrapped
the
up
hand
bandages.
Oi.
Yeah, I personally cut the tips off of those gloves, so you know, if you need to, you can still finger someone.
God damn it! Any luck in PD?
Shoddy up here. Gun cleaning kit.
Do you have room for the gun cleaning?
I do, yeah.
Okay.
Some, bunch of ammo for the shotgun. I don't know if anybody really wants to rock a shotgun right now.
I'm rocking a sporter with no mag.
So would you like the
MK with no mag. I have a BK, so I would love a...
And then I found that scorpion I loaded up. I'm exiting PD. Where you at?
Got some 380 if you need it.
I'll take that, yeah. I'm outside of PD.
Hey, do you know the restaurant Churches?
Do I know the restaurant Churches? There was some 380 on the ground. Did you happen to grab that? Or did I grab
no.
it? No, I grabbed it. Everything good in the back there?
I mean, McDougal checked in, but I don't know.
Shouldn't I keep the BK-43 over the 133? Like double barrel versus single?
Yellow dry bag.
Dougal, if I could borrow the duct tape.
Let's
when you
see.
have a second.
That is damaged. What's up with the purple smoke? It's a Halloween version on Esker.
Ooh, 7.
Here, I'm gonna drop that for you. The dog food's mine. Oh, well, I give you a little nibble.
Well, you know, I appreciate that.
Does anyone want a black dry bag? Because I just found another, and we can repair.
I'll take it. Or, he might.
You go ahead. I just repaired this one.
Because Dougal has the duct tape.
And I
I
have
left it
that
on the
too.
ground in there.
And then it's I can't remember the full name of it, but it's
on the ground in
it's
the
like
room?
Atlas Halloween first person. So, like, from what we've noticed, the towns are in purple. The military was in red. There is a, like, industrial up ahead that's in green. And then as soon as you get out into, like, the field,
Thank you for
you know,
getting
it
me
goes
a hug.
away.
Oh, that looks nice.
Look like yourself. Like you just pissed somebody off. Shut up, zombie. No, you shut up. No, you shut up. It's not a democracy.
What is it?
It's whatever I say it is.
But I know it. I'm asking, you know, what it is. You know, like.
Sounds like he's a dictatorship.
Somebody else want a hood?
Yeah, sure. Okay, now it looks like we're going on a pilgrimage.
You know, I just wanted to say I called dibs first, and you just took it. It's like, you know, no respect.
Oh, what was that?
Esseker's this way.
Was that? I didn't hear the dibs. Oh no.
Oi.
Well, now I look like I'm on a pilgrimage, though. So, how about that? I'm here to spread the good word.
Dougal, I found a water bottle. Let's empty it.
I missed. All yours. Nope. I got it. I got shot in. We got another one coming up. And come on, big man.
It's just trash talking. I don't think they can hear you.
Well, I wanted to bring them the good word. They just didn't want to accept it.
What's the good word? Oh, it's that bird. Wait.
It's always bird.
And the CR-75 with the mag. No ammo though?
No. I was gonna say I'll take the ammo and then no. Yeah, like right there, you can see it on the distance there. It's kind of blending a little bit.
Another thing I don't see people rock is
Oh,
the
it's so cool,
knee-high
though.
sneakers
On the moon?
and the jeans with knee pads.
Yeah, I don't see that one used often.
Anyone want a scarf?
No, my beard keeps me warm.
What color?
They rub it in. Navy.
Nah.
Damn it, teddy bear. Who don't?
What? I'll trade you. I'll trade you the scarf. I've got these sunglasses.
Okay, deal. I'll take the glasses.
High boots. Oh yes.
I
Alright,
look
do we,
fantastic now.
Do we want to just head towards the green?
Oi,
Looks ominous. Let's go.
oi.
For real though, those rounded glasses work really well with that witch.
We're just two monks on a mission.
What are you looking at, old man?
What? But just two monks on a mission, you know?
And you should have put on that brown hunter jacket. You would have looked more like me. We could be monks.
If I find me a brown jacket, I'll throw it on.
Alright, if I find one, I'll throw it at you.
Yeah, you throw it at me.
Oh, he did find you one, and you turned your nose up.
Was that before or after that I stole the hood?
It was before.
You know, in fairness, you probably want a black hood, not a brown, right?
Oh, I'm sorry, you're talking to me. Oh, I don't mind. Like red.
Wait, is this weird one that's like actually a millie?
I think this is
Like-
the
Oh, whoa,
industrial.
God. Oh wait, we're in. That's Neptune Resort, isn't it?
Oh, could be.
Yeah, that's Neptune. So we could either we could just swim and go up and around? Or should we enter from the entrance? So it's industrial and hunting stands up there.
Should we probably stay
Swimming?
on this side? Because if we go to Neptune, I mean, it puts us in a weird area where there's nothing.
You don't want to hit up like the hunting stands and stuff?
I'm
Or
just
the
I'm just saying
cabins?
we're on the side of like Goulash and then heading down towards Esseker City. Neptune puts us. There's nothing between Neptune and then like the bridge.
Well, yeah. So we don't have to hit up. We could just turn around. 'Cause
Should be
we
able
go
to
towards the.
skirt this now.
Well, we're heading in the wrong direction if you want to go to S.
Are you saying we want to head east?
See, I found us a compass, so you know, Crow doesn't have to, you know. But yeah, if we want to go to
You know,
Esker,
that
we
sounds
have
like
to
good
go
work.
this
Here,
way.
have a chocolate bar.
All right, yeah, we'll go east.
Oh,
Oh, I like the sound of this. You know, the little clicks. It again.
You know, it reminds me of an old friend. Makes me want to go tick tock, but that's a watch, not a.
Tick. Tack. Tick. Tack.
Or you need to stop that. That's weird.
Oh, that's a bit creepy.
Does anybody want to go to the zoo?
Oh, wait,
that could be our goal. Just go to the zoo, kill a bear, and eat bear meat.
Tick. Tack. Tick. Tack.
You know, I was just saying, you know, it's soothing on the ears in the right way. I wasn't, you know, meaning to drudge up any, psychosis.
It's fine. Hey, Corvus, you want some Coke?
Yeah, a little bit. Here's a little, you know.
Alright, it's not nose candy, but you know.
Oh.
No, you owed me a soda pop, so that
Oh, I do? Like this one, right?
I
Oops.
uh,
Also,
You know what? Next time.
yeah, in my eyes, Dougal has those little roller skates on his shoes.
what you mean, roller skates?
Yeah, you know, those,
I know what
my
he
healing.
means.
his wheelies.
You know, he's just sliding around all the place on those wheelies.
He was up in the rocks, down the rocks, just wheelie.
Oh yeah, I thought that was called Heelys, you know, because it was in the back of the shoe.
Oh, never wore them. Maybe the Heelys.
That's a branch.
Maybe wheelies are like the knockoff brand.
It could be, yeah, like the Walmart version.
Bunch of zombies ahead.
They may have food on them.
Been kind of a weird spot.
We came across a couple of witches, zombie witches, like that. You know, just out in the open, and you know.
Yeah, but these are just naked guys.
Is it the bare naked ladies?
Yeah, they have shorts on, but there's nothing else.
Yeah, is it the bare naked ladies? They gonna play us a song?
Those are men.
But it's so with the bare naked ladies.
What? What? Oh.
Okay, so maybe I didn't need to fire my gun, but I freaked out.
Ah, you startled easily. And look at that, they got them big masks.
Well, if you don't want to wear a bag, you can wear the cloak.
And it's kind of cool, but I mean, there's no inventory space with it.
Nope. It just looks cool.
I'm just gonna leave it.
That roar is really cool. I like that. That did startle me.
There's a reason why I shot.
Yeah, I was hearing that in the first town I was in, but I didn't find any of the zombies. Thought there's a T-Rex.
Oh, is that
So-
what?
So since they had capes and like the plague mess, you think they're supposed to be vampires?
Oh, you think? But like, why?
I mean, we have witches.
Why not? Like,
I
you know, a suit. You know, like.
I don't know. You're limited in what you can put on them, right? You got a head slot, vest slot, back slot.
Do we want to skirt the industrial, or are we gonna try to cut? Isn't that like Sniper Central?
I don't think there's anything industrial that we need nor want.
So should we go around it?
I usually like Sniper Cities is the opposite side of Esseker, more near the like airfield area, those spots. Then deeper in the city, you might get into actually just gunfights. Though I think there is apartments. Those you'll get sniped from.
Are you ready for, you know, to try and kill a bear and eat it?
Not gonna lie, actually, do we have enough ammo for a bear?
No idea. Wait, just. Alright.
You know, the more you're talking about this, the more I'm looking forward to some bareback.
You know, that's where most of the fat, you know, collects, so good marbling.
I wonder how powerful somebody would feel if they like found MVGs during this event.
If you even can.
Yeah, good point.
I mean, that's what the pumpkin heads kind of are.
Pretty much, yeah.
But I'm not really having any trouble seeing, so
Yeah, it's bright enough. You don't really need them.
it's a bright night.
Yeah, these are like the vanilla nights.
No, vanilla's like pitch. Like I remember playing on official and it got like.
Yeah, but they changed it a while back.
Oh.
Made it brighter.
Because everybody apparently they log off during the night.
Well, yeah. If you're a freshie and you have like nothing and you can't see at all, it's like okay, well.
Oh, not even
I'm gonna
freshies.
just sit.
Even like veterans. Like if it was like the really dark nights, people would they would hop off and then they would hop back on once they knew like daylight was coming.
Because most people aren't going to walk around with the flashlight out, and then they don't want to just stand in a house for like an hour.
It's very rare to find people who do travel at night.
Yeah. How long are vanilla nights?
We're talking like
About,
a
like 35 minutes or something.
are we talking like official server?
Yeah, isn't it like crazy long?
No, I don't think so. I think the vanilla ones are pretty quick. Those those apartments right there. Careful about the any apartments.
Perhaps we shouldn't, you know, stick so dead center to the road.
Those apartments are like give a great view for just sniping everybody.
Also good that someone contacted a little while ago and let her, you know.
The last time I was on Esseker, it's how Bubbles and I died.
Okay. Alright, we're about to run across the street with apartments, you know, just to the left. I'm thinking we just sprint.
Yeah, get it right.
Are we going forward? Which way are we going?
What's
Maybe
straight,
to the,
right? Oi,
right under the bridge. Get there first.
oi. Oi. Alright, I'll be the first. Is there like a Millie tucked into that office area, or am I misremembering?
There's a IJ here if anyone wants that with a mag and ammo. On the first car. Alright, we're gonna be in eyesight of that apartment again. I don't know if we want to cut across and try to get behind the industrial building.
You mean this big one? Oi. Don't run too far ahead of those hedges, right inside of those apartments.
Yeah, careful on your side there.
Yeah. Oi.
We got wolves. Safe from sight line from apartments here. You guys are kind of cornering yourselves there.
Hey, you're in a sight line of an apartment. Run across the.
Ouch!
We got nothing with scopes, do we? They're like,
I just picked up a hunter scope, but we don't have anything to put it on. Actually, wait, no, I think you can put it on a sporter, funny enough.
I mean, just to have something to like look at those apartments and stuff. Also, like, I think dead ahead of us is the Millie.
I got some binoculars if you want them.
Could use them to take a peek at something.
I kind of forgot, so I think there's a wild wolf spawn where we're at.
Hey, where's those
'Cause we just passed
those binos?
hospital.
Right here on the ground.
I don't see them.
Okay, so after this, we should be passing just before the zoo. There's that office millie. So the millie that's surrounded by offices. Do we want to hit that up since we have basically spawn guns?
We should try to hit up a Millie, yeah.
Do you see him in the bag?
I don't know. Do not see the Banos. Who was the leather repair kit? I can buy out for my shoes.
It's in the bag.
I've got a fresh pair of white sneakers. Do you want one?
What, and ruin these good kicks? You want this back?
What? That wasn't my kid.
No?
Who had the shotgun? Do you want the slugs?
Billy. I thank you.
Yeah, here's some 22, and then whoever had the 9mm, there's some 9mm. Oh, apparently I had some buckshot on me.
I could not, kind of spot the IJ, so I just ran with us. Moving.
So if we exit here,
Yeah, food. Want a potato?
okay, so I'm assuming the green light is over the millie.
Who wants peaches?
Billy. Probably up around. Dougal, have at it.
Oh, I mean, would you run in
Go
some
for it.
spaghetti?
What? But I ate half. Dougal.
And I have some sardines. I split those as well.
What about you? Aren't you hungry?
I mean, I still got spaghetti and I have uncooked meat.
Dougal.
Did we just like unknowingly possibly spite eat?
Yeah, do what you gotta do sometimes, you know? I would not.
Oh, okay. Yeah. No. We're gonna have to sprint. There's no cover
Yeah, we could
unless we
just-
go like.
I would just book it to the trees. Hope for the best.
I'm sorry. I'm so sorry that was in game. I'm so sorry. It's that time of night.
Do we want to hug the wall?
Oh, what the hell? Was that wearing a ghillie head wrap?
Yeah.
There's a couple of them, yeah. I think they're using the customized zombie mod to throw things on different slots.
Oh wait, I'm sorry. We're at hospital, but we're not quite at the millie yet. That's the green. So, could be a wolf spawn around here.
Found my first battery.
This is clear. I have chocolate.
Do I need a water bottle?
That's close.
I'm dead. He's right outside that building. Whoever thinks was marbles. Oh, I didn't even get a shot off on that one.
I'm dead. He fucking one-tapped me.
Where's he at?
So shed right next to the Bloom hospital.
There it is. He wasn't even shooting anything like impressive.
No, but
Which shed?
like it's
To
like
the
a single
right.
shed. It's not
Yeah,
L-shaped or
it was
anything.
when we ran down. It would have been like to the right from you guys.
I don't understand the legacy guns. I shot him point blank with a double barrel.
I told you it's dumb. I emptied an entire deagle mag into someone and they were alive.
Isn't it?
So-
And this guy
Spray.
like one-shot me and I went down.
Isn't the
Dougal, he's getting wailed on by zombies right now, or he should be.
isn't that like legacy gunplay was supposed to just be more of like an inertia thing?
No, I was standing in front of him. Like, I swung open the door. The zombies poured in on him. I followed them, shot him point blank in the chest, saw the blood spray, and he just ran out. With a double barrel. Like,
Yeah, he died too somehow.
okay, so at least we
I think.
for the zombies to wail on him.
Or maybe not, I don't know. I saw two dead bodies, but
He was wearing an overcoat
Yeah.
and I think one of those Ushanka hats.
I don't know. I ran over there and the zombie started wailing on me.
God, I'm in Baroche. Here we go.
Death. That's basically just Death City right there.
So is this the only one doing sort of like a Halloween thing like this? Because the gun mod just Sucks.
It's blows. So, how would so when you say inertia, like how does that impact like damage? Because
No, it wouldn't impact damage. It's that kind of like that gun when you go like to drag your gun, your aim, and it like kind of like takes a minute.
Yeah, but she said she dead on shot him. She saw the blood splatter with a double barrel.
yeah,
That's what I meant. Like it wasn't because of that. I was thinking that the gun mod only dealt with that.
I'm just confused. Cause like I thought, chest shot with a double barrel.
So unless
he was wearing plate or something.
unless the legacy gun mod changes also damage value.
It might change the values.
Yeah, I'm in tuck again.
Oh, we were so close to zoo. Dang it.
Broken down plane, so I guess I'm in tuck.
Yeah, that's tuck. And a ruined house kind of near.
Yep.
There's a ghost at the well.
Okay, I guess whoever this person was, I scared the shit
How's it
out of
going?
them.
Hello.
What'd you do?
Guess I found a duel already.
They just keep walking up, and I was just like, "How's it going, weirdo?" And they just ran into a
Oh.
building.
How's it
Ah,
going?
ghost.
Are you cold?
It's such
Well,
a
it's a little chilly out.
aggressive greeting. Do you know?
They shouldn't be a weirdo. I'm at the big town, I think, Esseker, because I'm near
Was it?
apartments and shit.
It's kind of hard to hear you from down there.
Did you get a spawn in Esseker? I thought you work your way down there.
Not Esseker. What's
What?
the more northern town?
Hey, are
How's
you,
it going?
you a little cold as a ghost?
No. I'm
Yeah.
pretty sad. I just got betrayed.
You know, that happens to the best of us.
That weirdo at the well. I wasn't able to drink though.
The well up on the cliff?
No.
Oh.
Boo.
I like it.
Alright, I got a ghillie suit.
I was having a hard time hearing her when she got that on, but you sound fine.
I wasn't wearing a ghillie.
No, the girl who was wearing the ghost costume, I think it was because she was just like speaking low. I thought it was like masking her voice, but it was but you can put it on here, I'm fine. So, Dougal is now dressed as a ghost.
Yay. Good.
The ghillie suit.
Oh, good sign.
Says so in the title.
Does it really?
Got a
It's Shep's ghost ghillie.
It's interesting use of the ghillie suit.
I'm so sad I lost the teddy bear full of chocolate.
Why I hear gunfire here?
Oh, then you're not where I'm at. I don't hear any.
Like, there's big fucking rows of apartments, and there's a hospital, and like the police station. This is where we would demand tuna from people.
It's like it's become like our origin story.
Something up top there.
Novi? Is that it? Or no?
If you're in Novi, you are all the way in the east.
Oh, I'm just trying to figure out where Marbles is.
It's like the second biggest city on the map.
That might be Novi then.
I think it's Novi.
Or do you think Novi has that the fun house?
Wait, there's a fun house?
It's that house where you seem really small because the house is scaled up.
Yes, that place.
Oh, okay. Why bothering looting some psychopath is just gonna leave.
Oh, God, you just scared the shit out of me. That's not fair. What is hides in the shed? Who does that?
That guy?
Well, there's another one. They're right there. They're trying to play coy. Like, oh no, you don't see me. Yep, no, I'm living in this house, but you don't see me. Yep. Yeah, don't look at. I'm just totally invisible. Just they don't see me.
But Baroche loot, it has like.
Wow.
Maybe they're scared of ghosts.
Food and
Just-
a water bottle already.
The audacity. Actually, if I remember, if we want to get out of Tuck, we gotta go that way, isn't it?
Another ghost.
Oh, yeah, look at that. We definitely don't see a ghost. Oh, wait, no. Like, we're kidding. That actually was. What? Are you hungry already? Didn't you just feed on, like, 5 different souls? How many people you gotta eat? Jeez, Casper. I appreciate it.
Have some pizza. I appreciate it. Yeah, this road will take us to the crossroad.
Apparently, Tuck is just like Ghost City.
Is everyone running around in just like the ghost thing?
Some are, and then some are just acting like they are ghosts. Like, you don't see them. You don't see me. Yeah, I'm moving this house, but you don't see me. I'm gonna guess that was probably that Millie.
Someone keeps calling me master, and I don't know how to, like, I don't know what I'm...
Well, if I was there, I'd come running up and go, "Oh my god, a girl," and start punching you to get you out of the situation.
I would appreciate that deeply. Oh, good, he got shot.
That just seems weird like that.
I'm hearing scary roars.
So the way I want to describe this is kind of like Enclave. I'm going over towards the fire station. I see a guy. I wiggle at him. He pulls out a gun, shoots me, and then goes, "What are you doing?" And then I fucking start slashing at him with a machete.
Like, that he shoots you and then asks, "What are you doing?"
Yeah,
This
him
is-
and his friend. And I called him a pussy as I started attacking him and his friend.
This is literally a shoot first, then ask questions later.
It's like I came up to him. I didn't have a weapon out. I was like, "Hello." I didn't even say weirdo or anything.
Just hi, boom.
I hate Baruch. I know the moment I try to, like, move anywhere, I'm getting shot.
Back in what is this, Tuck, the plane crash town?
Yeah, we just started walking away from there. We're at the T-junction.
It's fine. I know how to get there.
There's a lot of people in Tuck.
A lot of people everywhere.
Dougal, you see that up ahead?
Yep.
He's running a melee, isn't he?
Looks like it.
Only thing down that way.
Are you all taking the same route out of Tuck again?
So far, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Hey,
I just got attacked by a ghost.
There's a lot in there. There's a lot of people dressed like ghosts up there.
So I walk by like 2 people. A guy comes out of the bush yelling, "Ah!" And I'm like, "What the hell are you supposed to be? I'm not black. Why are you dressed like the Klan?" And then he swung the crowbar at me, but he missed. And then I got like 3 hits on him punching him, and then he fucking knocked me out with like 2 hits with the crowbar.
How's it going?
Yo, what's
I'm
up,
still
what's
knocked
up?
out. I'm hoping I can get up.
Yo,
I'll
do you
find
know where
him.
we are?
Well, you just up that way was Tuck. Head that way to go to Novi. Head this way to go south.
oh my god. You know when there's so many
I'm gonna be honest
bodies,
with you.
like the fly
I'm
sound is just
you know, kind of new to this.
overwhelming.
There's like,
Yeah, that's right. Yeah. So literally stay on this road.
Yeah, I'm not going
Like,
in that P.
Don't deviate off this
We're gonna
road.
skip that.
And this will take you basically all the way down to Lug. Then just follow the like purple smoke over to some green smoke, back over to some purple smoke. You know what? Apparently I lost I have no volume in my ears. I can't hear anything.
I think I just recruited someone to help me take down the guy in white. I yelled out, "That guy's a part of the Klan. Help me take him down."
Well, that was awkward. Did he say anything? Because I couldn't hear anything for a minute there. So apparently, I went to go kind of like, I went to deafen myself real quick while talking to somebody. And instead I set it to my computer speakers. But it was so low that I couldn't hear anything the guy was saying. A little bit of a whoopsies.
I've been
Damn it, the ghost got a gun. It's not fair. I was limping out of calling him a pussy the entire time.
And that ghost
But no,
took that
there-
offensively.
There was some woman there. I was like, "Get him, he's part of the Klan," and she was like, "All right." It went swinging at him.
I wonder if that's the same one that Dougal and I raided to.
All right, I'm back at the big town now.
Novi?
just getting
Yeah.
all the lucky spawns.
And Novi's not terrible, but it is kind of like, you know, kind of Death City. I was gonna go, where's Dougal? But then I see a ghost running down the field and I know it's him.
Can you wear a cowboy hat with the ghost thing?
Yeah. The red poncho here if you want it.
Put the red poncho on, you'll look like a tampon. No?
No.
I don't think Dougal wants to look like a Tampy.
Like it's Halloween. I mean, that would scare some people.
No, I mean it didn't work.
Oh, yeah, because if it would have worked, you would have actually seen like the blood towards the top, like it's like you had like a cut, you know, a cut on your head. You know, I just noticed.
Oh God.
I completely forgot to change
I'm an
my.
idiot. I've been navigating house to house, dodging bullets in
My title.
Barouche. And I thought I was on the southern road, and now I have to like circle back.
Which means people were probably coming in and like taking a peek. And I'm no longer in the editor. So, I'm growling. Why don't we just run up to the Millie?
Alright.
Yeah, because I'm ready for food anyway, so might as well go for it, right?
Yeah, same.
Like, unless we get super lucky.
Hey, Marbles, are you just
What?
trying to head south?
Well, at the moment, I'm avoiding the gunfire in town.
I finally made out Barouche. I was just looking at the map, trying to figure out who to closest route or most efficient route for everyone to meet up again.
Oh, we're running into Millie because we're right on food.
We didn't have much luck finding food on the Millie.
Oh, we're not going to the Millie for food.
I thought you said you were running for food.
No, we're running to the Millie because we're low on food.
Oh, I'm connecting the dots now. You're monsters?
So, And we have like no ammo either, so
Just freshy fists.
hey,
Yeah, I
sometimes
got a machete.
I mean freshies can be dangerous.
She's are extremely dangerous.
Yeah, like I just started blinking red apple, so there was no way I was gonna get down to like lug.
Taking the ghillie off.
Really? Should run as a ghost. Be funnier.
Yes, a sporter with a hunting scope. Let's go. Why?
Long range 22,
Why?
300 meter beastings. Let's go.
God damn it.
One-shot kill if they're not wearing a helmet.
Well, we'll see with whatever wonkiness is going on with these
Listen,
guns.
if you get like a 300 meter like one shot kill with a sporter, you better put that on like a wall. Like save that clip or something, because that does not usually happen.
I think you're the only one that records. Out of all of us.
I'm trapped in a corner duel. Like I'm in like under the tent.
Alright.
I'm free. Never mind. I'm running for my life.
Pushing and pushing.
And saved.
Okay. So it's 2 geared guys. Camping Baroche, so that's normal. Just Esker things.
Sorry, Daisy. Drop the gun.
I need a bunch of gun accessories.
I picked up a VSS and a baby AK, but I have no ammo or mag for it. Oh, hey,
Here's the BK-18.
couple more shots for you. Hey, come here. Drink this. It'll last you a little bit.
Got a scorpion with a mag, but no ammo.
Really? I mean, just do it. What are you waiting for? Do it.
Is that at you or?
That's me. He's the red-eyed mask on, so you'd see him by the very far side. I was getting welled in by zombies just screaming at him, like, just do it, do it. Ooh, Daisy. Come on now.
So I'm assuming that's the Bondstill military base then?
It might be, yeah. I'm in Tuck again. Hey, how you doing?
Freddy's coming for...
Oh, your name's Freddy? Hey, how's it going? I'm Crow. Pleasure to meet you.
What's your name, sir?
Crow.
Alright, nice to meet you, Crow. My name's Peach.
Peach. I like peaches.
I've been a little bit... So this server gets me a little bit weird, you know? Sometimes,
Well, you know what it is? You get into the purple haze here, you know, it's
that full moon, I'm telling you, it's the full moon.
It's purple haze, you know, it gets to you, you know, it's just breathe it in. What they don't tell you is that they're pumping chemicals into the air.
I like the cut of your jib. I like it. You got a story to tell me?
Well, would you like a drink and a story? How about that?
I love stories. You got a story for me?
Yeah. What kind of story do you want? Like throw me a theme.
Maybe a scary story.
I got one coming for you. Always going for me.
Booty. Maybe. All I want is headdress.
Salty.
Oh, I'm a scaly.
Scariest story I ever had was went to a well and the well was
like
dry.
baileys. You like baileys? I like baileys.
Are you saying melee?
I got a mangina!
Are you saying melee or mayonnaise?
Bailey's. I like Bailey's.
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 Bailey's. The alcohol.
Yeah, Bailey's. You like
Yeah.
Bailey's?
Actually, doesn't Bailey's make like a whole line of drinks?
You not get the reference? God damn it. You never seen that clip? You ever seen fucking the Mighty Boosh?
How long ago was this?
It's an old show. It's an old show. I'm not gonna lie.
Okay, how old are we going?
Maybe 10 years ago?
No, I'm 34, so I may have seen this.
Bailey Manfish. Like Bailey's. Like Bailey's.
Why is it not ringing a? It's not ringing a bell though.
I'm a fuzzy man, Peach!
Okay, that sounds kind of familiar. What was the name of the show again?
The Mighty Boosh.
Bonnie Boosh.
Old Greg! You don't know old Greg?
Okay, was it a popular show?
It's kind of niche little fan base, I guess. Anyway, he looks like this guy that I got on. What he looks like.
I'm like, I feel like I'm supposed to know it, and it's not ringing a bell. You ever get that feeling?
Hey,
Hey,
what's up, boy?
hey, you know it's going, it's going.
How's it going?
Nope, ain't dealing with that.
Hello?
Hey, how's it going?
Can you hear me, dude?
Yeah, I get these.
Oh, thank God. My mic is trash, dude.
Hey, he's all fine.
Thank you.
Hey, no problem.
Cool.
I'll grab those. And just for fun, we're gonna run with the glow stick. I think if I go this way though, it's a pretty long run. Because I think the only thing going from this way, well, sucks a little bit. Actually, no, I'll end up hitting one town, and then would have to go over to the barrage. We're gonna risk it. We're gonna go through the woods. And this is how you get totally lost. I guess somebody found a gun in town.
If you drop this border, I don't see it.
Do you see it now? Oh, okay, good. Because if you left south out of Novi Marbles, it's a straight shot to Esseker east. Like there are no other towns or split offs.
I'm going south, that's all I know.
Wonder if this.
Okay.
I think this is another bonfire. So I just started running through the woods, slightly out of tuck, and I actually found another bonfire place, just on a back dirt road. Oh, there's a lot of zombies there.
I was thinking you were being quiet because you ran across people.
I did.
You're alive? Did you get absorbed?
Oh no, I'm alive. I ran into an Aussie.
Boy, how are the curses?
He was talking about some show that I've completely forgotten about. Like,
And are you sticking with him or like?
oh no, we've already kind of split off. But have you ever heard had somebody try to explain a TV show to you, and you feel like maybe you should know it, but you just can't put your finger on it?
all the time.
Okay, start describing the show. Let's figure this out.
Yeah, let's figure it. Yeah.
Well, it sounded like he said something about like Barrage. And then it sounded like he kept asking me if I liked Bailey's. He said it was from a show, and he put on like the Tina Turner hair.
I know what he's talking about.
And he's like, "Do you like
I think.
Bailey's?" What is it called?
Did he ask you if you wanted to drink it out of a shoe or something?
Maybe that's where he was going with it.
It's like the Mighty Borscht or something.
That actually sounds correct.
Okay, I have never heard of that show.
I just know like the one episode where there's like a sea monster or something drinking Bailey's out of a shoe or something.
That is what he's talking about. And I was like maybe I should know this.
Forgot what the name was.
But that does sound kind of spot on. I think that's what he was trying to explain to me, and I just was not catching it.
He was just blathering at you about a show, though. Like, you can't know every show.
Well, he asked me to tell him a story. I told him the scariest story that I could tell him was that I knew a well that went dry.
Uh-oh. Google, did you disconnect? Oh, there you go. Okay. God, I am blind.
Did he say something about old Greg?
That one I don't remember. But you are on the right path, though. Because I even asked him how old the show was. You know, maybe this was a show that like was really long ago, or maybe it's really new and I'm just like not up to date with it. And he's like, "Oh, 10 years," and I'm like, okay, that's not that long ago.
That's a decade. That's a long time ago.
I think it's like an English show though.
Okay, so yeah, that was, you know, a little while ago. That's my last lit. And off we go.
Anyone read the moon?
I was actually just wondering something about that moon. Is it in a fixed position?
I'm not sure.
Or is it taking over the sun and moon cycle entirely?
Because if that moon doesn't move at all, kind of a good indicator, like where you are.
Anyone have a compass?
No, Marble says.
It's to the south.
That's a southern moon?
Yeah, that's about where it was when I checked it earlier.
Okay, I pulled my compass out again. Kind of southwestish of where I'm at the moment.
Interesting. Well, I ran through the woods from Tuck, and somehow I've managed to get to the resort.
Tardek Resort?
No, that's too far. East.
Neptune Resort? The one across the river?
Wouldn't this be the Maximilian one?
Oh. Well, we're kind of lost in the woods trying to hit the road, but we could be around. That's my goal, is for us to hit the road and then hit the little crossroads, the 4-split.
See, I could have done that. And that probably would have been a smarter way for me to go.
But I fear I may have gotten Dougal and I lost in trying to avoid Baroche. Because we should have hit highway by now. Like pavement.
Yeah, I really thought Broche was the other way.
Well, I was skirting us around it. Like I wanted to run south of it and then ease.
Yeah, what do you want to do, huh? Oh, are you gonna come for me, huh? I win. Oh, which slot do you go in?
I got us armbands in case we meet up.
I'm rocking a jack-o'-lantern right now on my head.
Oh, it'll match with the armband. It's yellow. Dougal, I really feel like we should have hit any road by now.
I mean, I can always fire my gun, see if it'll help you.
I think we're too far from you.
Are you sure Borscht wasn't the other way?
Oh, I was going by the green. Or the purple. But if the moon is fixed south, we're running parallel, kind of askew to it. So we should be, theoretically working south?
We're running southwest.
Yeah. Oh, southwest?
Yeah, that's a little bit
And
less
Borscht would have been
slant to it.
east of where I was. So we're out in that field out in the west.
So should we just keep going straight? Or just run at the moon?
Yeah, we're to town eventually.
Alright, I see you in there. Alright,
Hey,
one
there's
more.
a shot. We're not too far from people.
No.
Alright, checked all that.
Okay, this may be my last life because it's getting late.
Yeah.
Alright, no food in there. Oh, we do have that can now. Okay, maybe he got distracted. It's so bright out when you have the pumpkin helmet on.
Okay, just rub it in.
Orange is a very bright color at night.
Oh, is the moon? Does it look like a Cheeto? Like a Cheeto puffball?
It's very kind of like a cherry color.
Dougal, this is nuts. This is Esker. Like, how have we not come across even like a dirt road yet?
Don't know.
Oh my god, what if, you know, it's the Halloween thing and we walked into like a fairy trap and we're just stuck running in place, but it feels like running?
We're in the never-ending forest.
Yeah.
No, just past this tree line. There'll be something.
That's what I keep thinking.
That's what they all say.
I think we totally triggered a fairy trap. Wait, is that a dirt road to our right?
Could be.
Where did I run, dude? Think about the... Missouri, you are here. Nope.
Just over this hill, right, Dougal?
I think something's over this hill.
I think we just hit no man's land. I swear to God.
Yeah, that's right over this hill.
This is no man's land. The moon is a lie. The moon is a lie.
If we go south, we should hit back to.
I thought we were, you know, that is south.
Just over this hill again.
Okay.
Well, somehow we actually managed to get back over on the main road. Well, I've managed to get myself back on that, like the main road. You know that house we got turned around back towards?
Yes.
Yeah, I got there somehow. I've been cutting through the woods.
You took like a loopy loop. We see a road.
Somehow I went from Tuck to the resort to there.
We are at the edge of the map.
Edge of the map. Did you guys run like all the way west?
You know, I'm not quite clear. So I think maybe we will just follow the main road away from no man's land. And we may be at Tuck.
Or we can keep going down to that other city.
Oh, that town, yeah.
I mean, if you guys went, if you're near Tuck and you were near like no man's land, then yeah, there's like a southern road
See,
there.
there's a city. I see purple.
It could be Tuck. I don't know how we did it, but we could be at Tuck.
And you were following the moon?
Yeah.
No, that's Pac-Boo.
That's what?
Pac-Soo or Pac-Shoe or something.
It's another name that's only like on like the in-game map.
Or it could be Tuck.
It's Tuck, we know where to find Banaynay, and then we would just have to secure us a marbles.
And where's Marbles?
I'm in Esseker.
Oh shit, you're all the way down there.
Gosh, he's been booking it.
I see
Told you I just followed that road south.
Yeah, it's a straight shot to Esseker from there. I was hoping we could cut you off, but we got way turned around due to my incompetence.
That person's probably going out of the millie. Should I cut around? Because if he just came from
I don't
here,
think I've ever seen Dougal in a bunny hat. Is that what that one's called? The fishing cap?
What, a boonie cap?
That's it. Did you hear that shot, Banaynay?
I did. Are you behind me? I heard a really
That
loud
wasn't
shot.
us marcoing. Yeah, that. I was just wondering if maybe we are in the same area.
Yeah, I'm running past the bonfire on the like the backside of it though, because there was a person.
If Tusk is the city I think it is on the map, then we're not too far from it. But this definitely ain't it.
This doesn't look like Tuck.
I think this is the back shoe place I was thinking it was.
Because that was quite loud, so you guys really aren't super far
yeah,
behind.
it's church right here. Yeah, it's pack shoe.
Wish I knew where that was on the map.
Far
They
west
do it in
side.
the field. Oh, that's
Where's
Millie.
the-
Like the northern of the two cities on the west edge of the map.
I'm being chased by a ghost.
Oh God. Did you throw sage at him, maybe?
No, do you think he'll help? Think he'll like a water bottle?
Dougal, do you want to dry back?
Sure.
Here you are. Sorry, there was stuff in it.
Oh, I'm so tempted to wear this, but I don't want to have red glowing eyes.
Do it.
The plague mask, do it, do it, do it, do it.
I remember a long time ago there was a server I was playing on where there was a group of us being like Umbrella. I remember suggesting red tinting the gas mask.
Found a red poncho.
Oh, good. Spaghetti. So. I'm not even gonna bother with that chicken. We never stop and cook. Where are those shots be coming from?
They're not at the Millie. Because I ran down past that.
Dougal, where'd you get to?
I think there's a bunch of people getting shot up in Lug. Oh, really? You're gonna come scare the pumpkin man? Really? No, I mean, really. I mean, the pumpkin man. You can't just come scare another, creature tonight.
Can I have your pumpkin head, please?
I'm not gonna give you my head.
Alright, fight to death then. 3, 2, 1, go!
We're going along that road that you went along.
That's his road.
Several times today.
Yeah, that was gentlemanlike, man.
Wait, no, you come into the woods and you want somebody's head?
Yeah, I want some head in the woods.
I mean, who doesn't? Look at the road, Casper. I mean, jeez.
Yeah, I'm Casper, buddy. I'm friendly. Cut close. Hey!
What?
Got me. I didn't like it.
I mean, of course you didn't like it.
So I made it to the well in Esseker, and there's like 2 red shamogs
Ooh,
here.
that was a bit extended, that one. Oh. That's what she said.
I mean, hey, you don't get out there a little bit.
But I'm a road, and I'm wearing a black one.
I'm probably dead. Me and the ghost got into a fight. He wanted my head.
Dougal passed up a black cowboy hat.
I took it.
Funny enough, when you actually lose enough blood, you lose the orange tint, and it actually starts to become like just like almost daylightish.
You want a spoiler?
Nah.
I mean, everybody really jumped up for that one. Well, did you wake up too?
I'm already rocking the M2 and he's rocking a sporter, so it's like depleting the 22 ammo even.
We decided at one point, after a couple of hours in editor, to go into a server called Atlas.
Banaynay, but you said that you're like,
I'm dead. I'm dead. I lost a fist fight to a knife because I took cuts early.
Marbles somehow made it all the way to Esseker and then even made it to the well.
Because he didn't have to worry about us.
Yeah.
Ew.
I even went to the carnival. Without you.
You would.
Did you have ice cream?
No, but I had some salty pretzels and a Coca-Cola.
That sounds so good right now. Banaynay, do you know where you spawn?
Oh, I'm in Barrage. The question
Man, I
is,
have a backpack filled with so much food too.
will I get out of Barrage alive?
Yeah, that was a struggle for me. I had to like quietly move in bushes and house to house, wait for gunshots to stop.
Oh, it is like a hightail that passes like a ton of zombies.
It just seems like there's always at least one psychopath in Baroche who just
I wouldn't stay there. I wouldn't stay there. I would run.
sniping.
A little pissed off. I would run. They're not happy. I told you. They're not messing around. They're angry.
You know, should I encourage you? I have a teddy bear I started putting chocolate in.
We're going south.
Come on. Come on. Come on. Come on. Here. Here.
How much chocolate?
1 chocolate.
So much more than none.
Actually, no, I take it back. Both are actually peanuts.
Oh, okay. So not as ideal, but it's still pretty stellar.
They're actually all wafers.
I mean, they're different type of wafers, though.
Dougal, did I see you have a compass?
Yeah, I just found one in that town back there.
So when we're facing the moon, what does it say?
See, I don't know if you can actually stop the moon's rotation, so it still may be like moving.
No, I looked at it with Dougal's compass, like it's still facing southwest.
So it's a southwestern moon that always points southwest.
But Dougal said it looks like it's more west this time.
It's well down here.
I think it might stay in that position and just like rotate around. Cause yeah, it's almost straight west now, but it's still a little south.
If you can make it out of Baroche and identify the southern road out, so the one that has like the stores, we could try to meet you along the southern road.
Oh, I just kind of picked a direction and ran.
Oh, that's fair.
Well, good thing I kept that. Like a one shot.
The constant darkness is cool, but oh my god, my eyes. Anyone else's eyes kind of like burning?
Yeah.
Not really, no.
Now that we've played with Map Editor, I'm like looking at the road and I'm seeing like,
The marks.
yeah. And they did put like little grass, but the road does look marred up. They just didn't do it on every panel. And it doesn't look bad. I was worried like that would look bad if you just lay it like every other panel or something.
I also don't know if they did it also in the terrain editor, which they most likely did, and not in actual well, actually, no, I know they definitely didn't do it in Dayz Editor because I don't think Dayz Editor was out yet when Esseker came out.
Okay, so terrain editor, probably something.
Terrain editor is part of the Dayz tools, so it's been around for a much longer time.
Does it take up as much? Like, would it be better for us to do the terrain editor for like the roads? And then that way you could do like the actual trees?
Are you talking about like actually adding in roads?
Well, no, just like mark up the roads. So instead of using editor to leave the marks. 'cause
Oh,
doesn't
I have no idea. I've never. I loaded up the terrain editor and it's a whole foreign thing to me.
Okay, I'll take a look at it. In the morning, afternoon, whatever time.
A bit of my understanding too is that it's not, I guess, as user friendly.
Should be well at these houses.
Like, I think Dayz Editor kind of made it so it's like
Person
a,
up here.
you're getting a, you know, what do they call it? Like, what you see is what you get editor.
Well, I'm just thinking, like, isn't it less strain if we go the terrain editor route, and then that way we could add in real trees and then save the road edits for the terrain?
I don't actually know. I don't know which one's going to be more impactful. Adding trees in overall, and just in just general, can, I think, affect server performance.
So something to test and play with, maybe?
A little bit, yeah. Kind of like if you want to add in more trees, find an area where you can actually like delete some trees.
If you wanted to test like the performance, wouldn't you want to go to an area that has trees and then add more and then see how it impacts?
It could also be hard to tell, like testing on a local, like on your own box versus like once you actually put it live.
So
That's why I'm not too worried about adding trees yet.
okay. Well, also even just like the roads, like the damaged roads, I think that'd be a pretty awesome aesthetic to have.
They're nice. I still admit though I went a little overboard in Cherno.
I like the idea of like most of the road being busted up. I think that was a good idea.
It just might be a little much in Cherno what I did, instead of like, you know, spacing it out more. but I'll have to find out. Because I did want to give it like that really cracked up, you know, the roads just falling apart, pavements really worn. I wonder if there's anybody over there. Definitely might be.
And like the grass coming out from the cracks, I really like. So looking at the roads now, it seems pretty prominent. Like they're spaced apart. It's not every panel, but
No, it's like sporadic. It's sporadic like throughout it.
yeah, which I don't know how. I don't know anything about server performance or how much memory that would even eat up.
Yeah, there's a entrance over here somewhere.
Well, I logged off from the apartment.
Okay.
Still kind of, it's amazing you got all the way. You know, you're down there, you're established. The rest of us are just still struggling up north.
I mean, I have a ton of food, but I don't have like guns. And even if I did, the gun shooting is so fucking dumb.
Yeah, I don't get it.
This was the tunnel
Like,
I wanted.
the first time I shot at somebody, I was like, okay, yeah, I missed. That's common. But to like see the blood spray and the double barrel shot to the chest.
In front of us. He's somewhere around Piano House.
Well, somebody died here.
Well, I see the ghost. He's kind of obby.
If you see a ghost, he may have been the guy who stole my hat.
He's yelling. He's friendly and clambered over a fence.
Ask him what he knows about the Pumpkin Man.
Banaynay, where are you?
Why?
Are you still in Baroche?
No.
Well, because Marble's logged out, so we can try to meet up with you.
Ooh. I don't worry about it. I think I may have made a mistake.
Yeah?
Crack. Let's just say I was walking by an area. There's like a underground tunnel just a little bit for like a railway. It's blocked off. I didn't realize going above it. There's a hole. Anyone want to guess who fell in the hole?
Casper.
I wish.
Banaynay. Oh, goodness.
He likes holes.
I just like
He
to
just...
win for it, you know?
I don't understand the draw everyone has to just... This is a weird pit. I'm gonna jump into it.
Well, I wasn't even looking for it. So, just to be fair, you know,
Dougal, I'm crashing so hard.
Oh,
You can stop whenever you want.
you guys do not have to stay up for me.
Yeah, I'm probably gonna have to call it. I wanted to like call it when I died, but we haven't died.
Well, it's because you didn't meet Casper the unfriendly ghost.
You're
I have an idea.
Yeah, I don't like the gun thing. I just tried like just even shooting zombies and it's very awkward.
It's funny because everyone's calling this mod like hyper realistic and shit, and there's like one comment down there from someone that actually fires gun. They're like, none of this makes sense. It's not like you're moving a gun through sand. You lock the gun to your chest and it moves with your body. Like, it's fast.
Now the question is, do we wait? Because one way or another, we're gonna, like, I'm gonna die here. I'm blinking, I'm blinking, which
Dude,
means I'm
you wanna
close.
kill that guy, don't you?
I don't care.
Okay, because I think he's being hilarious.
But I kind of wanted to see if maybe
So
one person would run by. Okay. I think I've had enough spoopy fun for the night. So we're gonna call it there. Appreciate everybody coming out to hang out. Appreciate all the new follows for the tonight. And we got a lot more edits to probably work through. So I'll probably be diving back into it, a couple times this week at least. Usually Wednesdays and Thursdays are off. That may be different this week, but we'll find out. Pay attention. I usually post on Twitter when I go live, also in the Discord. But other than that, I will catch you guys later. You have a good night, morning, or afternoon. I'll see you around.